Hello! Happy Friday! How's it going? Hope you're having a good day. I am so tired. I was up quite late last night, hanging out with friends, and then Minnie decided to violently bark at like 5 a.m., I think. We existing. I hope y'all are having a good week, a good day. This week has felt wrong. I don't know why, but like I just am like not functioning this week. So, Oh, I'm tired. We'll see how long I can go tonight. I wish I drank caffeine or could have caffeine, because I feel like it would make staying up easier. I have a fun new shirt, but I'm waiting until possibly people get here to show y'all, because it's goofy, but we're gonna sit here. You're probably gonna end up seeing the top portion. You can see it peeking up, and it's gonna look very strange for anybody just coming into stream because of the way that my camera is. But I had to wear it. I pre-ordered it like many months ago, and it finally just came in this week. Oh, excuse me. That was gross. Sorry, I was reading a tweet. Fucking Twitter. Okay. Can't put that there. What else did I talk about? Getting my bridesmaid's dress altered. I guess it's in like 2 weeks. I just made an appointment to get my dress altered, finally. I turned in my finals on time last weekend. So, I don't know what I got yet, obviously, but we'll see. Because everything was due on Tuesday. I'm getting my ears pierced tomorrow. Second holes. I have one hole. I just make it more upside down. I did. I have one hole, but I want to get a second one in my lobes for both my ears. So I'm having an appointment tomorrow at a local place. So hopefully that will go well. And I have board breaking tomorrow, which will be very fun. And I got D&D on Sunday that I need to read up and get myself ready to run. Excuse me. Can you even hear the music? Here we go. I just want to hear it a little bit. I forgot that my desktop audio is turned like pretty far down because of how freaking loud the Ace Attorney game is. The song is a bop. My brain no work. That's my life. I guess let's just hop right into it. We did not finish. Hold on. Goodbye. We did not finish last week the chapter we were on. or the case we were on, because it got so fucking late and it was so goddamn long. Which does not bode well for the rest of the game in terms of length. Prison courtyard. Lupin the Third. The courtyard. Depending on what we find here, the entire incident could become clear. However, there's nothing left here. Yesterday. ... Oh God, she's British, wasn't she? Isn't there one more possibility? The well in the courtyard. It's possible the body was dropped down from there. In other words, the body being dropped down the well and then moved to the workroom could only have been done during the show. And the only one who could have done it is Simon Keyes. Was the body dropped down the well or not? This could be the decisive clue we need to reach the truth of the matter. Before I continue... God, the game is so loud. I don't know how to fix it. I don't even know that there's a way for me to fix it. Cheat? No, thank you. We will not be cheating. No. Okay, whatever. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay. What was unnecessary? Let's see here. Hey, there's a grate here. Oh God, what was this man's voice? The well's run dry after all. They even put a lock on it. I guess it was something like that. I don't know. Lockpicking is one of my specialties. Want to see? There is absolutely no need for you to show off. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Whoa. What happened, Kay? The lock broke. Judging from the looks of it, feels like it was broken some time ago. So the lock was broken. This means that anyone could have dropped the body down the well. I'm eating a high chew. Sorry, not sorry. They're like, oh, I'm sorry. According to Judge Courtney's reasoning, Mr. Keyes murdered Knightley in the courtyard. And then, during the show, he disposed of the body in the well. You think so? Did he really use the well to move the body? I know. Let's get Missile to help us out again. He should be able to track the scent of the body. Good idea. Let me just contact Detective Gumshoe. Dick. Eating during these games is a mistake, but I love eating and sweets. I'm really craving like cake or ice cream or like ice cream with cake in it. But I have nothing like that in the house, which is a good thing. Yes, sir. Detective Gumshoe here. Detective, I have a favor to ask of you. We would like for you to bring Missile to the prison courtyard. Sounds like you need help with one of my 7 secret weapons again, huh, sir? Sir. Missile. I almost said Melissa. I thought Melissa belonged to the police department. And also, I'd like for you to contact a witness. Please contact Regina Berry of the Berry Big Circus and bring her here. Roger that, so I'll bring him over in a flash. So, what should we do while we wait for Gummy? about some hide and seek? What are you talking about, Kay? There's nowhere to hide here. I don't think that this is the issue. Kay, during times like this, isn't it your turn to shine? Oh, that! Thought I heard Minnie crying. You want me to recreate the crime scene? Huh? How do you do that? See for yourself. The great thief's secret weapon, Little Thief. Whoa, what's that? Screens floating in midair? Just what are you doing, Kay? I'm entering the information needed for the simulation. Mr. Shields, this Little Thief is a tool that can recreate a crime scene based on the information it is given. Should I set this for... Oh my god. Should I set it for how this place was like when we came here yesterday? Yes, I believe they were in the middle of taking down the set. We didn't pay enough attention to the well, so it's possible we may have missed a clue. Leave it to me. I took a picture of the place too. I checked the well. So your own fault for not paying attention. There, and there. Data entry complete. Now set the projection to maximum output. Dark skies of evening when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now, witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. What? What just happened? I recreated the courtyard from yesterday, based on the information I entered. This was a tool the previous Yatagarasu used. It's a device to run simulations to practice stealing things. But used in this manner, we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past. Oh, but it's still only a recreation based on what information we have. I can't recreate what I don't have information for, and if my information is incorrect, the recreation could come out strange too. In this case, since Kay had the photo, there should be no problems. Now, let's begin the investigation. Beautiful. Since it's a recreation, you can examine things just like you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. Yes, I know. First, I should start with that well. I'm not going to start with well, I'm going to start with this. This is the stage where they put on the animal show. If I put on a great thief show, I wonder if anyone would come. Pretty sure the police would show up. Let's examine the area around the well. It holds the key to this case. There's some pulleys here. It would appear to be the pulley that was used to lift the bucket from the well. It's a sturdy hemp rope. Looks like the rope they used for tug-of-wars. I'm not going to play tug-of-war with you. I didn't even say anything yet. There's a metal skate attached to the end of the rope. Ah! You use those to pin down the tent when you go camping. Doesn't seem like they'd need this for the performance. I wonder what it was used for. This is a metal weight. It weighs... It's hard to see in the recreation. Okay, do you remember? I think it was 33 pounds. What does such a heavy thing was used for? It doesn't seem to be directly related to the circus. The well was behind the stage. That means only a few people would have access to dump the body in the well during the performance. This isn't looking good for Mr. Keys. These things around the well, what were they used for? They don't seem to be related to the animal show. I agree. We can ask Miss Berry about it later. Okay. Folding chairs. These were used for audience seating during the show. Folding up all of these chairs must have been a chore. Is that so? Don't tell me you've never tidied up folding chairs before. I've delegated the task to others in the past. Mr. Edgeworth, you should try doing some manual labor once in a while. I'll look into it. The sass. This pond is where Warden Roland keeps her pet alligator. I guess those fish bones are the remains of her last meal. I don't think an alligator would leave such clean bones. But she had a very refined-looking face. I couldn't tell it all. That's because I'm a girl who's good with faces. Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? Why don't I feel the least bit jealous? What the hell? What does that mean? This door is locked. Want me to pick the lock? Success is not guaranteed, though. No, if I need, I'll just borrow the key. Sheesh, I thought it was finally a chance for me to steal the spotlight. Don't even think about stealing anything in my presence, not even the spotlight. This crate, no, there are ties attached to it, so I guess it's a cart. Just once, I'd like to ride one of these bad boys down a hill. Or maybe one of those office chairs with the wheels. Doesn't that sound like fun? What is she talking about? Edgeworth. You lame-o. What's the elephant's name again? She's Astique the Asian elephant. That's right. It's an easy name to remember. Maybe. They couldn't think of a good name, so they gave her a name that's easy to remember. Mr. Edgeworth, what a terrible thing to say about poor Astique. That's all the information we can gather for now. The detective should be here soon. Okay, go ahead and shut down Little Thief. Alright, returning the area to normal. Beautiful. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Oh, who is it? Oh, sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Hey, speak of the gummy. Detective Gumshoe. That was quick. I couldn't keep you waiting for too long, sir. Thanks for coming along too, Regina. No problem. Sounded like fun, so I skipped practice to come here. Thank you for your cooperation. First, Detective, let's have Missile do some tracking. No problem, sir. Hey, Missile, over here, pal. Oh. Hey, what's eating you, pal? I said over here. What's the matter? Looks like he's scared of something, sir. The alligator, probably? Yeah. Ah! Alligator! That was not the right voice. Guys, he's scared of the alligator, sir. Good grief. Looks like Missile won't be much help to us. So what should we do, Miles? Maybe we can ask Miss Berry for help. What is it? What is it? Is there something I can do? Do you want me to teach Allie a trick? Actually, she probably could. No, I just need you to tell me about the condition of the courtyard during the show. Yeah, during the show. Looks like it's my time to shine again. Yes, if you please. Alright, that should do it. I'm starting up the recreation now. Recreation complete. This time you can see how the courtyard was during the animal show. This should be around the time the body was dropped down the well. Wow, cool. It's just like magic. It's not magic. I just recreated the scene based on the information you gave us. See? Look over there. Backstage area. Backstage area is missing. Well, Regina didn't help with the preparation, so she doesn't really know how it was set up. I get it. You can recreate what you don't have the info for, huh? But sorry, it's because Simon took care of setting everything up. Don't worry yourself none, Regina Pye. Miles is the one at fault here. Why me? Mr. Edgeworth, I've recreated the show in progress. But I can also change to how it was earlier, when it was being taken down. I see, so we can examine the courtyard during the show and after the show. We can freely switch between the two different states. Changes the recreation, select Little Thief on the bottom screen. Okay. Now, let's begin the investigation. Alright. Excuse me. Alright. Should I talk to people first? Should I examine? Hey, Gumshoe, got anything to say? As you can see, it's totally scared, sir. Wanted him to track a scent, but looks like that won't be possible. Oh, missile. Mr. Edgeworth, you got that look on your face like you want to use my secret weapon, sir. Missile isn't in the mood, but I've got my fishing rod ready to go. Or would you prefer the metal detector? Okay, probably that. It was green. Never seen the detective's eyes sparkle like that. If need be, I'll let you know. For now, just stand by. Okay. Regina? Do you come here often, Regina? Why am I, like, pressed up against her? God. Yes, I have many friends here. I love this place. New friends, old friends, everyone's a friend here. Yesterday, Miss Warden introduced me to a new friend, little Allie. The alligator who lurks in the pond in the courtyard. That pond, if you get too close, it feels like you'll get gulped. I don't think little Allie would do such a thing. Her stomach wasn't feeling very well yesterday. I'm worried. Aren't you all worried too? Right? Yes, of course. We're all worried, right, Mr. Edgeworth? Don't drag me into this. Interesting. Allie, did you eat something you weren't supposed to? Pond is, yep. Okay, yeah, we got this already. Thank you so much. It's the cage of the Asian elephant, Astique. The elephant is performing on stage right now, so the cage is empty. Wonder how Astique entered the courtyard. What do you mean, how? Well, the entrance here is human-sized. And this fence is electrified. I don't think an elephant would enter from there. They could just turn off the electricity. If they did that, all the inmates would escape. I doubt anyone would escape while an elephant was entering. I wonder how she came in. This requires some thought. She seems to be enjoying her little brain teaser. I should just let her be. Oh, this crate was empty in the recreation earlier. That's right. It was also empty in the picture I took. I'm sorry. That information is wrong. What do you mean? This crate contained Astique's food. In the morning and the day of the show, all the apples were gone. I totally forgot about that. I'm sorry. Missing apples, huh? I should make a note of it. Okay. How is that gonna connect? Sure. Come on. A love story between an elephant and a tiger. I really wanted to see that. I also wanted to see Simon in action. Simon is really amazing, especially the part where he gets blown away. Blown away? That's the scene in question. At that point, the suspect in the role of the villain is blown away by the heroine's burning love and makes his exit. Okay. After being blown away, the suspect disappeared from the stage. Are you saying the crime was committed during that time? Do you know how long he was gone from the stage? Let me think. About 15 minutes or so. It's just as Judge Courtney said. But isn't it dangerous to be blown away by an elephant? It's alright. Astik is very gentle. That's not who we're worried about here. During the first few practices, he was having trouble getting blown away. Then, all of a sudden, he was able to be sent flying beautifully. He might be using some sort of device, but it's amazing. A device. Do you know anything about it? I have no idea. Simon handled it all by himself. Well, he's probably uses a pulley system and the well to yank himself. Okay. I have a feeling the chairs are not important. At this point in time, we still don't have enough information about this area. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Please steal some information. I don't steal information. I obtain it through my investigation and logic. I prefer to act first before thinking. You might act before thinking as long as you don't interfere with the investigation. I missed what she was saying. Okay. Oh, I'm stuck. I'll examine these just for the hell of it. These chairs are lined up in an orderly fashion. I guess there were a few empty seats during the performance. This intimate atmosphere and the closest between the stage and the audience. It reminds me of the karaoke tournament I entered when I was a kid. Karaoke tournament? I was the runner-up. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dances to ring, I'm not singing. Okay. Don't tell me you actually sang that song. Of course, this song rocks. I'm surprised she actually made it to the finals. Did she steal second place? No, if she didn't steal first place, she must have gotten there fair and square. Okay, can I logic together anything? Oh God! Holy shit! Okay, tools around the well, Astik the elephant, metal detector, the stunt, apples, wait. These are definitely connected. I'll eat my shoe if this doesn't work. There we go. Mr. Keys used a device for his stunt. Maybe the tools around the well are connected to this? Okay, I'd like to recheck the tools lying around the well yesterday. Can you change the recreation to the after the show scene? Roger! The tools lying around the well. Could they have been a part of his device? Seems likely. I wonder if it's possible to recreate the device. You asked Mr. Key. He should be able to tell you how the device was put together. All right, I'll go ask him. Mr. Edgeworth, I asked him about it. And did you find out how the device works? He used a rope to hang some weights on the well's pulley. The weights were suspended inside the well. Then he ran the rope through two more pulleys and tied the end of the rope to his own body. Okay. So he uses the force of the falling weights to send himself flying. But what's to stop the weights from falling on their own? In order to prevent that from happening, he used a stopper. Miss Berry didn't know anything about the well. That means Mr. Keyes removed the stopper by himself? Correct. That's why a second rope was needed. This rope was attached to the stopper, and when it was pulled from the stage, the stopper would be removed, and the weights would drop down the well. I'm definitely going to steal this idea. The Yatagarasu won't lose to something like this. Don't waste your time. Circus acts require extensive training. Even if you steal the device, it won't do you any good. Then I'll train as well. Before you start training, could you first update the recreation? Oh yeah. You wanted me to recreate the device that was used in the performance. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Next, I'll input the information of the device on the well. Then we can recreate the device Simon made. My ability to speak is slowly waning. Quickly waning, actually. So this is the device that Mr. Key used. Okay. Simon sure is gutsier than he looks. Using the falling weights as the force to launch himself during his performance? Indeed, he would have to drop enough weights to exceed his own body weight in order to provide the strength needed to pull him off the stage. Okay. Someone must have practiced a lot for this. Okay. Ugh. Okay, can I examine this now? Looking at this weight, you can really feel the weight of Simon's hard work on your chest. I thought I was about to say you can feel the weight of it. Like, is that so? I don't feel anything at all. Oh, that's too bad. If this was an actual weight, I'd immediately put it on your chest, Mr. Edgeworth. And I'd do everything in my power to stop you. This is the sibling dynamic here. Mr. Keys used this well to perform the stunt where he gets blown away by the elephant. He used those two ropes quite skillfully. Okay. I thought maybe this sheet is the same as the one from the workroom. Isn't this the same as the one from the workroom? Yes. Why is there also one here? I wonder why there's one here. Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, are you deep in thought? Why does it feel like she's stealing my thoughts? Okay. Oh, I can scroll up. Rope and pulley. That's how it should be. A rope and pulley, a thief and treasure. It's a perfect match. Objection. A thief and handcuffs are a perfect match. Okay. Can I do like a deduce? No, I can only logic. The steak, metal detector, the apples. The steak ate them. Hi, Maya! How you doing? I succeed the weight. There's no way he only weighs 33 pounds. How you doing, love? Huh? Isn't this strange? What's wrong, pal? Currently eating ice cream? I was just talking about how much I want ice cream. I'm jealous. I hope it's good. Haven't you noticed, detective? What's strange about the weight is the number, the weight. What's strange about the weight is the weight, the number, the material. I guess the weight, like it's not heavy enough. You're not by yourself to practice doing things on your own. I'm very proud of you. Could have brought you. It's okay. I was eating sushi with my mom, so I should not eat ice cream for the second time this week and more junk. I've been eating junk all week, which is why, like, I don't need to eat more junk. You can bring some to my house. I appreciate it. Thank you. You do not have to do that. In order to pull up Mr. Key's body weight. You're right, sir. But where did the rest of the weights disappear to? Looks like it's time to use my 7 secret weapons, sir. If necessary, I'll let the detective know. We got gelato last night at a place you never knew existed. But it's right at the turn we take to park for dumplings. Really? I love gelato. I haven't had gelato in so long. It's the best. Alright. Now what? Do I have to, like, logic? I guess because the metal detector is logic. And that's what he wants me to do. It feels like something I would, like, deduce. Not logic, but whatever. It's not evidence, so. Apparently the Italian bakery near us has gelato. The one in downtown blank. I never go there. I don't know. I don't know if my family has... My mom, I think, has some kind of grudge against that place existing. But if we get baked goods, we usually go to... across the street, the OG bakery. I'm trying not to just, like, dox myself and name all the places. Time via secret weapon. Yes, sir. I was hoping for the metal detector. I don't get many chances to use this one. Before we begin the search, let me go over how to use the metal detector, sir. This metal detector uses sound. Okay. And this meter. To let you know how close you are to a metal object. When you get closer, we'll have a bigger reaction like this. When you get the biggest reaction, give me the order to examine the spot, sir. Now let's see what we got. It's just the metal fence. And that's basically how you search for metal objects. Just give me the instructions on what you want me to search, sir. Yes, sir. Looks like something here. Oh, it's a gold coin, sir. It's a historical discovery. It's hardly possible that something like this could find its way into a prison. There it is, so that's where it was buried. That's a coin from the bi-weekly coin hunt competition. There's an event like that? That sure sounds like fun, pal. It's an event where the warden buries some coins and the prisoners search for them. There are 3 silver coins and 1 gold. Whoever finds them can trade them in for snacks. Coin hunting competition and an animal show? Just what kind of prison is this anyway? I forgot to change the title of the stream, I just realized. Let's just do that really quick. I know it's kind of late. Nope, I don't want the organizer. Thank you so much, though. Really? Oh, you know what? How much do you want to bet the alligator ate it? Yep. Yeah, there's a reaction here too, sir. Let's check it out. Huh? Found these in the clumps of grass here, sir. These are the weights used for that hoisting device. Were these intentionally hidden? There's 4 of them in all, sir. That many weights would be enough to lift Simon. So the other weights that were used in the device were hidden. Why were they hidden over here, though? See, I'm really on my keep today, aren't I, sir? The alligator! That scared me, pal. Huh? What's the matter, detective? I knew it ate something. Looks like the metal detective's reacting to this alligator. Really? Why? Are you sure it isn't still just reacting to the weights? It's a different reaction, sir. And it's definitely coming from the alligator. It's gone. Oh, she's laughing. Looks like it's scared of us. I don't think so, Kay. Huh? If anything, I think Allie looks a little under the weather. Allie, I suppose that was what Warden Roland called it. She didn't eat any of the food the warden gave her yesterday. I think she might have eaten something bad. I guess that metal detector could be reacting to whatever the alligator ate. Oh, maybe she ate one of the weights? I doubt that even an alligator can ingest a 33-pound weight. But what could the metal detector be reacting to? It's a good question. But regardless, why were these weights hidden? Maybe we should take another look at the device on the well. Okay, I'd like you to recreate the after the show scene again. Alright, leave it to me. About to drive home. Okay, talk to you later. Good luck. Have a nice drive. Hope it's nice and smooth. I won't rest until it finishes. Blah, 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 blah. This is a middle weight. It weighs... Okay, yeah. Shush. Oh, deduce. Oh, what am I deducing? No. Okay, what do I have in my organizer? Okay. It's gotta be this, obviously, because it's the new thing we got. And it's this thing. Uses 3 pulleys, 2 ropes, the well, and some weights. 2 pulleys, 1 rope. Oh, wait. Well, we know where the weights are. There's only 1 rope. Where's the other rope? Did the alligator eat it? That's not metal, so probably not. Oops. I mean, it could be, like, no, because this is the, okay, that's the thing that was holding the weights from falling. So the rope that's missing is the one that was actually attached to the pulleys. I've got this painful dry patch on my elbow. Ugh, it's very annoying. There's a major discrepancy. One of the ropes is missing. Oh my god. The yawning. I'm tired because I didn't get a lot of sleep, and then also I'm taking medication for this horrible cough that I have, and it makes you drowsy. I just realized. I just remembered. So I might have to scrounge out something caffeinated. I don't know what, because I have Cokes. Might have to drink a Coke. Without it, the device won't work. Wonder what happened to it. Where did the missing rope disappear to? It's possible that we hold the piece of evidence that shows where the rope went. Which piece of evidence shows where the missing rope went? This one? The rope? The rope we found with the dead body. Could it be? Yes, it could be the other piece of rope that was used here. Then, does that mean this rope was attached to the weight? However, the weight was not one of these metal weights. These weights were hidden in the grass and replaced with something else. If they were replaced, then what was used as the weight? Oh my god, the dead body? Oh my god, what was tied on it? If we could recall, then the answer should be clear. The weight that was trapped in place of the weight was... Is this gonna be what it wants me to... I mean, that's the only thing that is the bodies, so yeah. What dropped down that well was none other than Knightley's dead body. Mr. Knightley's body was used as the weight? Yes, the weights were replaced with Knightley's body. Mr. Keyes used the device to launch himself off the stage. Then, when the rope that was tied to him was undone and let go, both the body and the rope dropped down the well. The rope wasn't used to tie up Knightley. It was used to suspend him inside the well. That also explains why the other weights were hidden. So that no one would find out that the weights were replaced with the body. Yes, the killer was the one who hid those weights. But Miles, wasn't Knightley boy stabbed in the neck with the murder weapon? If he was suspended in the well, wouldn't there be blood at the bottom of the well? The killer was also aware of that. That's why they used this item. The sheet. The sheet. The sheet we found near the body. It was used to wrap up the body. I see. Looks like all the pieces are starting to come together, eh? But this means that the body definitely came from the well. If that's the case, wouldn't that mean Simon is the killer? No, that's not necessarily the case. But yesterday, Judge Courtney said if Mr. Keyes was the killer, would he have needed to set up such an elaborate device? I guess you have a point. Mr. Keyes was only responsible for dropping the body during the show. In other words, it doesn't matter where the real killer was or what they were doing during the show. Until now, this placed the doubt on the people who did not watch the animal show. It's true, we suspected Mr. Doggett. The killer's true intent was to make us think that the murder occurred during the show. In other words, they used the device on the well to create a fake alibi. Miss Berry, do you know when this device on the well was set up? Let me think. The day before the show. I think it was at night. We all started preparing at 9 p.m. We finished it around midnight. The killer replaced the weights with the dead body afterwards. Okay. Oh, I also think I have tea with a lot of caffeine. When I finish this case, I'm gonna get myself caffeine bombs. Did Doggett know about the device? No, even if he knew about the device, it wouldn't be possible for him to use it. You can't teach a dog to suspend a body in a well. In other words, Doggett is not the killer. I forgot that was the dog. I was like, what comparison are we making here? No, it's literally a dog. Okay. Now what? I don't think there's anything else to examine. Okay. What else do we got in here? Did she eat the apples? Did she eat the apples? The apples in the crate were probably eaten by a steak. But it's strange. I remember leaving the crate out of reach from Mystique's nose. Are you certain? Yes, the crate was still full of apples on the night before the show. Then the cart was moved where her nose could reach it. With that many apples, it could not have been moved by the wind. Most likely, the crate was moved by a person. Okay. They used it to transport the body? Prior to the show, the car's position was already changed and the apples were all eaten. This appears to be the correct information. Please update the simulation parameters K. Alright, I'll use the new information to recreate the scene. First, let's return to the during the show scene. Using the info we got from Regina, I'll recreate the scene. Put the cart in its actual place. Recreation complete. Okay. No wonder I thought it smelled like an animal. Like animals. It contained elephant's food. So this is filled with the Steak's apples. That's right. On the day before the show, it was full of apples. And in the morning, they were all gone. Oh, did you think of something? You could say that. Am I supposed to logic something? Is that him telling me? Yeah, did we transport the fucking body in the crate? This cart was moved the night before the show. The body was also switched the night before the show. I don't think it was just a coincidence. Keeping that in mind, the question now becomes, why was the cart moved? The cart used to be in front of that door. I could think of one reason why. Somebody open that door. Alright, let's hurry up and... The door's locked. Let's ask a guard. Hey, Mr. Guard! Yes, what is it? That was fast. You there. Where's the key to this door? The warden's in charge of it. I'll get it from her right away. The warden is in charge of the keys here. Without the warden's permission, the door can't be opened. Is it the warden? That seems wild. Thank you very much. Okay. It's a circuit breaker panel. This must be the breaker room. On the night before the show, somebody came into this room. Wonder why they would come here. I don't think anyone would confuse the breaker room with the break room. It was definitely to operate the circuit breakers. So, someone came here. They shut off the power or something? Was there anything that had its power shut off? What could have had its power shut off by the breaker? The door sensor? Is the security gate? Could be either of those. Oh, I forgot about this. The fucking security camera. Why was the music doing that? Did you guys hear that? It's like speeding up and slowing down. The security camera footage had a 3-hour gap. I see. The circuit breaker for the security camera was tripped. It's highly possible. Was this the killer's handiwork? With the camera down, it'd be easier to move about. The killer would have a major advantage. I knew it. If that's the case, the killer was the person who tripped the breaker. The person in charge of the key to the breaker room. It could be. Did the warden do this? Deactivating the recreation. I'm first to the scene as always. Good morning, Mr. DeBest. What? You? How did you get here before me? Greetings, Prosecutor Edgeworth. I see you've arrived early. Or maybe it is you who are late, Judge Courtney. I have many matters which require my attention. I have no time to waste. Unlike a certain prosecutor who was taken off the case. Oh, my apologies. I had forgotten that you were assisting the defense attorney. An assistant can never be the best. You've fallen like the rest. You just say whatever you like, don't you? Let us begin our examination of the courtyard, Sebastian. All right, I'll call the men over. That will be unnecessary. What? We've already finished the investigation of the courtyard. You've been bested. Bested? Me? Judge Courtney. Your reasoning from yesterday. Watch me shatter it to pieces. I would advise you choose your words more carefully. Have you forgotten that the fate of your badge rests in my hands? Excuse me. I have had enough of such coercion. Can't you think of some other way to threaten me that does not involve my badge? Despite my repeated warnings, you show no signs of reflection. Seems I must remind you once more. The Prosecutorial Investigation Committee can't leave someone such as yourself unchecked. Neither the fate of my badge nor the actions of the committee will impede my progress. Proving Mr. Key's innocence, that is all that concerns me. Your words are like those of a defense attorney. If you are willing to go that far, then I will show you no leniency. In the name of the goddess of law, I shall turn your words against you. And at that moment, you will forfeit the title of prosecutor. You shall regret this. I shared my reasoning with you the day before. Since Mr. Elbert did not see the body when he passed through the tunnel, it could only have been dropped down the well during the show. The only one who could have performed such an act is the suspect. Naturally, you have some evidence to support your reasoning. Of course she does. Who do you think she is? Earlier, I received the official autopsy report. Babysitting that kid must be difficult. The time of death was the night before the body was discovered. They talk too slowly. In other words, the day before the show. The cause of death remains unchanged. A stab wound 4 inches deep. Okay. Simon Keyes was not present on the stage for a period of 15 minutes. There was sufficient time for him to drop the body down the well. He's not investigated the courtyard yet. That means it seems there is a hole in your argument. You seem quite confident. Can you present evidence to support your claim? Of course I can, and I will. I assume this one is the device. Take that! Objection! Unfortunately for you, Judge Courtney, your argument doesn't hold any water, just like the well. There was a device set up around the well here. What is this device of which you speak? Are you aware of the stunt in which Mr. Keyes is blown away by the elephant during the show? I have heard of it. It would have been right before he exits the stage. He tied one end of a length of rope to himself and the other end to a set of weights. He was able to perform the stunt by dropping these weights down the well. Wouldn't he have spent the whole place suspended up in air? That's why he had a stopper attached to the weighted end. The stopper was removed by pulling another rope. Around the well, we found evidence that the weights were switched with the victim's body. This was done by the real killer in order to shift suspicion away from them. Judging from the time of death, the murder was carried out in the early morning of the show. The true criminal had until the time the show started to set up the device. But didn't Simon Keyes make that thing? And since he was also the one who used it, he is the best suspect. I think this man's voice has changed like 4 times. Don't you agree? If Mr. Keyes were the murderer, he would not have needed to do that. Miss Berry. Yes? Was there anyone else who knew of the device he set up? Well, let me see. Well, since we had to get everything about our show approved by the people here at the prison, I'd say there were others who knew about it. And there you have it. I see. You have identified, or you have indeed performed a thorough investigation, which is why I'm even further perplexed. Why did you not use your efforts for justice? My actions are not just. Who made that decision? You cannot understand even that, even now. Providing support to a defense attorney despite being a prosecutor. It is quite unnatural. This goes against the rules. I am merely choosing to do what I think is right at this particular time. I travel down the road I have chosen. Your comprehension does not matter in the least. However, if anyone intends to interfere, I will show no mercy. Perhaps this is a calling from the goddess of law. I'm not doing her voice right. If you intend to rebel against her divine will, I will have no choice but to hand down my verdict. Pay heed to my words. I have one more reason to suspect Miss Simon Keyes of murder. If the body came from the courtyard, how was Mr. Knightley brought here from the detention centre? Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. Because of this fact, I find it most difficult to suspect any other party of his crime. While Simon Keyes was moving supplies for the show, he visited Mr. Knightley's cell. Does that not strike you as odd? Why else would he have brought a large covered cage with him? Oh, this does seem pretty suspicious. Mr. Keyes was merely that kind of person. It is entirely possible that he was carelessly brought it in there. If that is possible, then it is also possible that he was assisting in the escape. Am I wrong? I suppose I must refute her theory with evidence. I assume the apple cart. Body came brought here from the detention center. Only Simon Keyes could have provided such an opportunity. And how was he brought here? Okay, the apple cart is not evidence, so this seems like... Alright. No. 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 Probably not. No. 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 Pesos bracelet. No. The missing, we don't know who was roaming around because the security footage stopped. Mr. Keyes wasn't the only one who had the opportunity. Who else could have had the opportunity? The timestamp on the security camera is off by 3 hours. This means there was a 3-hour gap in time. During that time, anyone could have done it. If that were the case, then the murderer would have created the gap in time intentionally. It would not have been a simple camera failure. Are you saying that is possible? It's possible if you had access to this. The security breakers. Or just the breakers in general. In this courtyard we found the circuit breaker for the security camera. And it was possible to access the breaker room both before and after the murder. What? Unfortunately, it appears that you have fallen short of your own intentions. Mr. Edgeworth hasn't fallen short of anything. Mm-hmm. So, can you explain how the murderer obtained the key to the break room? Oh yeah, that's right. It was locked, wasn't it? The warden hangs onto the key, right? The breaker room has great importance even in a prison. There is no one who will be able to obtain the key so easily. Well, I can think of someone. What did you say? This person, the murderer, was able to get the key. They didn't even need to steal it. There can't be anyone like that. Besides, the breaker to the electrified fence is in that room too. Only one person could have done this. I didn't want to believe it myself, but I trust my logic is sound. The person who used the key to enter the breaker room is... ha ha ha. I forgot how weird our defendant looks. It's gotta be her. She's the only one. The murderer is... Warden Roland. Oh my, what an energetic little puppy. That's because this dog is extremely fond of sweets. It seems to detect a sweet scent on you. Oh god, what was her voice? Oh heavens, no. I'm not even wearing perfume or anything of the sort. What the dog detects is the sweet scent of death. How poetic. However, does that not imply that I committed a murder? That's what I think. What? The warden is the murderer. Mr. Edgeworth, are you serious about your statements? Oh, how amusing. The very thought of a warden committing a murder. It sounds like something out of a mystery novel. Precisely. Your reasoning is in contempt. Nothing of the sort. I did not want to believe it myself, but based on the evidence, I have no choice to believe it, but to believe it. This evidence proves that Warden Roland is the murderer. The sweet scent. Is that a thing that I don't have the sweet scent. Has a sweet scent. The smell gave you away. As you can plainly see, someone has taken notice. This police dog. He tracked a sweet smell that came from the body. And right now, he's telling us the same scent is also on Warden Roland. You're a cruel one to accuse me of murder based on something like that. Right, Justine, darling. It appears that Judge Courtney has reached the same conclusion as I have. Mr. Edgeworth, this couldn't have been just a coincidence, could it? The key to the breaker room and the same scent on the body? If it were only one, it could have been seen as such. It appears we have reached a conclusion. We should now listen to what the warden has to say. Indeed, until we do, we cannot close this case. Oh my goodness, everyone with such scary faces. So I'm the only one who could have been the murderer? That just cannot be. I heard all about the case from Justine's Island here. Had I committed the murder, it would have taken place inside the holding cell. I couldn't have moved the body. I never went into the prison. I was caught up in my work. Up until the show, I was stuck in my office. Check up on it if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I don't know what reasoning you had, but I can say for sure I cannot be the killer. But Mizzle barked at you, pal. You gotta be the culprit. Oh, heavens, it's not possible. I already told you, I never went to the prison. And if you think I'm lying, why don't you check out the records? She wants us to check the records. She does seem confident. For now, all we can do is listen to her and try to draw out more information. I do hope you understand, Mr. Edgeworth. Alright. Heard it from Justine, darling. I would have taken place inside the holding cell. Okay, couldn't move the body if I never went to the prison. Caught up in my work, stuck in my office. Check up if you like. You'll find there's no record of me entering the prison. I did not enter the prison from the entrance. But what if there was another route? Oh my, you suggesting something like a secret passage? I don't know if anything like that exists. It is my firm belief you did possess an alternate route. That route was neither the entrance nor a secret passage. The route you used was from here. Her office? The courtyard? Her office. The courtyard. Her office. The courtyard. We should get into the prison from the courtyard. Her office. The courtyard. Her office. The courtyard. Her office. The courtyard. Courtyard. I don't know. Close my eyes and pick one. The barbed wire fence. You would have moved nightly to your office first. This office leads directly to the garden side of the courtyard. You had moved through here and past the barbed wire fence. You would have arrived at the prison without passing through the entrance or a tunnel. I wonder what Mr. Edgeworth is saying. Have you noticed? There's a high voltage current running through the fence. Yeah, obviously she couldn't have passed through it just like that. Oh my god. The current to the fence could be switched off at the breaker room. And you were the only one who had the key, Warden Roland. Most amusing. However, the breaker room is located on the prison side of the courtyard. How would the warden have accessed it from the detention center? Quite right. Got you there, Mr. Edgeworth. There's no record of her passing through the prison entrance. It would not have been possible for her to turn off the fence's breaker. Okay. Warden Roland was the only one who had access. Don't let this phase you, Miles. But if I don't have a solution for this, she'll get away. Now, Uncle Ray never said don't think, you know. It's just not good to be so stubborn about it, that's all. No matter how you think about it, Warden Roland couldn't have done this alone. The dog. I don't know. Prosecutor Edgeworth, if you fail to come up... I am not amused, interrupting my judgment only to be silent. Without thinking, I just blurted out objection. I have to answer. I won't let this end here. My reasoning is not over yet. So, how did she use the breaker without leaving the detention center? It's perfectly possible with this method. What made it possible to turn off the breaker? You had an accomplice. You had help. It was indeed impossible for one person, but what if there were two? Exactly. Just what I expected from you, Miles. Yes, you had an accomplice on the prison side. Enough. I'm not disappointed in you, Prosecutor. I am disappointed in you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. What did I add? Not. What's that, pal? You making fun of Mr. Edgeworth? The inmates at this prison all wear bracelets. If they try and go anywhere they please, they'll set off the alarm. Ah! So you've noticed. This is a prison after all. Not only the prisoners, but the guards too are under constant scrutiny. So why didn't anyone notice Elbert? The only ones allowed to move around freely are the animals, and they certainly could not have used the breaker. But it's possible that a person did. Excluding the inmates and the guards, just what kind of person would you say it was? We can't exclude the inmates and guards just yet. There was only one person, one whose movement was not restricted. Oh my god, yeah, it's that asshole. That is... It looks like the bracelet worn by the prisoners. This belonged to a certain model inmate, and it's broken. What? Just who on earth does this belong to? Frank saw it, the warden's favorite inmate. Don't you think it's strange? He managed to keep this hidden while he moved around freely in his daily prison life. Golly, when you think about it, it shouldn't be possible. I'd hazard a guess that this was because he was a special case, just like Siren Dogan in the special cell. The prosecutor's statement is mere conjecture. You could find out by simply asking Sard himself. It's my firm belief that Mr. Sard and Warden Roland were partners in crime. Due to their collaboration, another route surfaced. The real route by which Mr. Knightley's body was moved to the prison. There were two obstacles that needed to be dealt with. The security camera in front of Knightley's cell, and the electric fence in the courtyard. Both these problems could have been solved with a single stroke, by having Sawit switch off the breakers in the breaker room. Mr. Edgeworth, could you wait one moment? Do you still intend to deny it, Warden Roland? I give in. I confess. Warden Roland. No, this cannot be. Yes, it's just as he says. Frank Sawit and I were partners in crime. No way. You did it, Mr. Edgeworth. Well done, Miles. Alas, we have a real culprit cornered. Like Mr. Edgeworth said, Frankie operated the breaker, but we were not responsible for Knightley's murder. What? Warden Roland, whatever do you mean? Judge Courtney, would the Goddess of Law hear my confession? The Goddess of Law is merciful. She will absolve you. I was being threatened. That's why I had no choice but to do as I was told. So who's threatening you? Sirhan Dogan, that assassin. Dogan? It's been going on since that man came to the prison. I'll never forget that day. When we were both alone, he suddenly said to me, I have many dogs outside this prison. Dogs? Loyal dogs who obey my every command. I soon realized that what Dogan referred to were not really dogs, but his human henchmen. And that's not all he said. You better watch how you treat me. If you don't want you and your family to become dog food. I had no choice. I gave him the special cell. I gave him anything he desired. Anything he desired. You don't mean the supplier. That's right. Anything he ordered, I would deliver to him. An underground dealership. I was the one who won over Frankie. It was simple. I just offered him special privileges within the prison. And these underground dealings. Once a week, in the middle of the night, Frankie would shut off two of the breakers, so I could move from my office to the courtyard without being seen by the security camera. I would go past the fence and drop the goods down the well and into prison. Then, I sprinkled this perfume over it, so that the true identity of the sweet scent, that's the true identity. The scent of perfume. The scent of perfume was a signal for Dogen's dog. After picking up the scent, it would carry the goods to Dogen. Of course, this had to be done while Elbert was away from his cell. I'm surprised he never found out about it, pal. We have a strict timetable here at the prison. Meal time, exercise time. It's easy to know when he's away from his cell. And since little Rocky's afraid of Dogen's dog, I didn't have to worry about him making noise. So having full knowledge of the prison's inner workings, she made the deliveries herself. Excuse me. This would have ensured there would be no slip-ups. Frankie would turn the breakers back on in the early morning, and the delivery was complete. Then I modified the timestamp of the security camera. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of law. You have told us a great deal. The goddess of law accepts your penitent confession. As the warden of the prison, how could I have done such a foolish thing? The day Knightley was killed was also a delivery day. It seemed Frankie was working the breakers as usual. But that day I had nothing to send, so I did not go to the courtyard at all. The secret of the supply system. So then Warden Roland was... The police have been searching for Dogen's henchmen for ages. I've also been helping them, but... I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... No matter how much evidence we have on him, we can't get a single word out of him. So the reason you kept on interrogating him... Yes, was to find his henchmen. I borrowed all the evidence from the police and carried out the interrogation myself. I kept an eye on all his actions and examined all of his mail. Mail? Like his correspondence chest letters? But I can never uncover the true identity of his henchmen. This fear is something you could never understand. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you were listening, right? I say this confession clears the warden of all suspicion. Is it really necessary to press her further than this? Probably. Is it necessary to press her further? Yes. It's always the answer. Judge Courtney, my questioning isn't over yet. I'm sure the goddess of law isn't satisfied yet either. You mean to badger this woman further? Even if she was threatened by Dogen, this does not prove she was not the culprit in this case. She was able to use the supply route to transport Knightley's body. Do you have any evidence to support this? The body gave off a sweet scent. A scent of perfume that was used to signify a delivery. Can you explain this fact? Oh, of course. Since I've made so many deliveries, the scent would have lingered around the well. When the body was moved through the well, the scent would have transferred to it. Mr. Elbert also testified to this fact. That's it. For some reason, that well gave off a nice scent. A nice scent. I don't know what it was, but it smelled sweet like candy. Lingering scent in the well would, of course, be picked up by anything passing through. The defense rests, I see. In that case, court is adjourned. Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything we can do? What should I do? Is this as far as I can go? It's over already. Yes, Sebastian, it is. And now, court is officially adjourned. I don't think so. Who was that? It's not nice of you to adjourn things just like that, Courtney Pie. Mr. Shields. Are you objecting to the court adjourning? Of course not. I ain't got no objection or anything like that. Go ahead and adjourn court. Do whatever you like. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Shields? Whoa there, calm down, Kay. Who wants some chocolate? Is this a joke? You'll have to excuse me. I just have one tiny request to make. Is Simon Key's attorney? That's right, you're the defense attorney in charge of this case, aren't you? Exactly. Do you all forget? That's so mean. But you just left everything to Mr. Edgeworth and didn't do anything at all. Yes, that's right. That's why. I thought I'd do my job a bit. Do your job? That hardly sounds like you at all. It's to prepare for the trial. I'd like to ask the warden a few questions. Surely you jest. What more would you expect to hear from her? Well, Miss Warden, I'd like to hear your thoughts on the culprit. My thoughts? Uncle Ray believes that Simon is not the culprit. Seems that Miss Warden also suspects someone other than Simon. I'd like to hear you out. Mr. Edgeworth, what's Mr. Shields up to? He's trying to lure Warden Roland to testifying. Why was the supply route used to transport the body? I'd say it was to pin the crime on Dogan. I see. If he committed a murder here, he would be transferred to another prison. Excuse me. One with tighter security. And that would get rid of the troublemaker. Exactly. She wouldn't pass a chance like that. Hey, hold on a sec. Culprit besides Simon? What do you mean? Simon's the one I suspect I was supposed to prosecute. Exactly. So wouldn't it be better if DeBest also listened to what she has to say? Amazing, Mr. Shields. You managed to drag Mr. DeBest into this one, too. Warden Roland, is this acceptable? Oh, it's fine, it's fine. You understand a woman's heart. Thank you, mademoiselle. Actually, I've thought this over. I'd like to tell you my thoughts. You'll let me speak, won't you? Justine, darling. Of course, you may speak. Mr. Shields, awesome! Ooh, that was a close shave. Thank you, Mr. Shields. No, I'm still leaving the rest to you. Remember what I said. A defense attorney never gives up. The fate of our client rests on our shoulders after all. Be uncool if Uncle Ray didn't put that into practice. Now then, Miles, it's your turn to show you'll never give up. Right. Well then, will you listen to my story? I believe that the culprit in this case could only have been Dogan. I have no idea what transpired between Dogan and the victim. It simply could have been that Dogan was displeased with him. In any case, he was the one who stabbed the victim to death. Probably had the dog dispose of the body. This is the truth of the case. Yeah. Something's fishy there. The victim, Miss Knightley, was it? I think it is a truly terrible thing. Taking a man's life, you mean? That's how you go about saying it, isn't it? If only I'd been more vigilant, this death would not have happened. That's why I want to clear up his regrets. Warden Roland, how considerate. I'm sure Mr. Knightley in heaven is overflowing with gratitude. That man's not in heaven. Absolutely not. That man better be burning in hell. For murdering his coworker. I'm not sad that he's dead. Is gratitude really what Knightley feels? Alright, one of these is fishy. Believe the culprit in this case could only have been Dogan. Knightley was being held in the detention center, and Dogen was in the prison. They couldn't make any contact. Don't you think that would have prevented trouble? The prison is quite confined, right? There were many ways for them to meet. Knightley was murdered days before he would have been sentenced to prison. Surely there weren't many ways a meeting could have occurred. Even without a direct meeting, Dogen could still cause trouble. Mark my words. I'd like to hear your thoughts about the circumstances surrounding the murder. Well, I suppose it was a simple job. During his booking, I learned the victim had some kind of injury to his neck. He couldn't turn his neck to the right. I remember him saying something like that. Booking. That's the process one undergoes before being locked up in the detention center. Sounds like you don't really know a lot about Knightley. I only know a little. In any case, he would have been an easy target for Dogen. Perhaps he used the chisel hidden in the chessboard? The victim wouldn't even have had a chance to scream. I see. Your opinion would be a very valuable reference. Could you add those last statements to your testimony? Oh, you're making me blush. You're so cute. I'm just kidding. I'll continue. Use a chisel hidden in the chessboard. I mean, how do you know that? How do you know about that? Warden Roland, you certainly are sharp-witted. Hey, enough with the titles. Call me Patty. P-A-T-T-Y. However, there's something you were a little too knowledgeable about. Embarrassed? You're such... embarrassed? You're such an inexperienced child, Edgeworth, dear. Oh my god. Fight on, Mr. Edgeworth. You said you really didn't know much about Knightley. If that's the case, how did you know about the chisel inside the chessboard? Oh, of course. The entrance check. Enough with the poor excuses. The entrance check? The chessboard wasn't something Knightley brought with him. It was brought to him later by Mr. Keyes. He didn't even have it when he arrived here. That's... my mistake. I meant the parcel check. Even if we assume that, there are still many suspicious points. Why wasn't such a chisel immediately confiscated? Judge Courtney, did you tell anyone about the trick to his chessboard? I did not. No information about our investigation was leaked, then how did you find out? You could not have examined this during the entrance check or parcel check. Certainly, someone in the warden's position would never let a chisel slip by. Exactly. So answer this, Warden Roland. When and how did you learn about the chessboard secrets? In that case, I shall answer for you. It is because... I give up, Edgeworth, dear. It's as you say. I interrogated Knightley. That's how I learned about the chessboard. But, please believe me, I didn't kill anyone. Enough. It would appear that we have uncovered some vital information. I'll ask you to testify once more, if that's all right with you, Prosecutor Edgeworth. No objection here. Thank you, Edgeworth, dear. I'll do my best. I hope that this is the end of the chapter where I can go make myself a cup of tea. Well then, Warden Roland, I trust that there'll be no lies from here on out. The pool of lies is slowly running dry. Soon I will bring out her true nature. I wouldn't go so far as to say call it an interrogation. I always make sure to talk to all my new arrivals. Mr. Knightley, yes, we had a little chat. After our talk, he went right back to his cell, I assure you. Sure. She's piling lies on top of lies, not realizing it only tightens the noose around her neck. You speak with the new prisoners, you say? That's right. I'm glad you understand. Your testimony is not solid evidence. It requires more than just understanding. Well then, Prosecutor Edgeworth, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright. And what was Knightley like during the interrogation? He was very honest. Mr. Knightley was honest, pal? He also talked about a croissant, some kind of promo. En passant and chess piece promotions, I presume. Looks like he was his usual chess-loving self. So we're talking right back to his cell, I assure you. Your assurance is not much. If he really returned to his cell, there was no way he would be a corpse now. I know you're suggesting that I killed him during the interrogation, but I couldn't possibly have a motive to kill Knightley, could I? Dogen was the only one I hated, and he was had no connection with the victim. That's not true. I only hated Dogen. Please add that statement to your testimony. Dogen was the only one I hated. He had no connection to President, the victim. That's not true. That's not true. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to have a look at this. It looks like a record of a chess game. Is there something wrong with it? This was discovered in the victim's cell. It was Knightley's memo. Warden Roland, you also discovered this note in the very same place. And not just in Knightley's cell, but in Dogen's too, correct? What are you... Don't say you don't know about the chessboard in the special cell. After all, you would have kept an eye on Dogen's actions down to the smallest details. No, to be more precise, it wasn't Dogen that you needed to keep an eye on. Warden was searching for Mr. Dogen's henchman. From the start, I found it strange that the warden interrogated the prisoners personally, since he used his henchmen to threaten harm to her family. Warden Roland interrogated Dogen to expose them. So what are you saying? As you inspected Dogen's mail, you must have known that he played correspondence chess. And then Knightley appeared, with a chess memo in hand. We deduced that he and Dogen were connected. You must have arrived at the same conclusion as well. However, you went one step too far in your reasoning. You thought Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, who had come to kill you. So that's why you interrogated Knightley, boy. If the boss won't crack, go after his henchmen. In addition, you discovered something when you were interrogating him. Inside his chessboard, you found a portable chisel. The murder weapon. To Warden Roland, the chisel was a symbol of Dogen, and that was the final straw. You believe Knightley was one of Dogen's henchmen, and you killed him. It seems there will be no rebuttal. Judge Courtney, your verdict. Though it is incredibly unfortunate, there seems to be no room for doubt. I shall announce my verdict for the murder of Horace Knightley. Twice my sacred verdict has been interrupted. Who was that? Warden Roland. Oh, how strange. You guys really don't understand anything. It would seem the one who doesn't understand is you. Me? Oh, I understand one thing very well. There's a huge contradiction in your logic, Mr. Edgeworth. Once she's cornered, she starts spouting nonsense. Pay no heed, Judge Courtney, your verdict. I am interested in hearing what the warden has to say. I thought so. I just had one thing I wanted to say. One, please take a good look at the autopsy report. The autopsy report, the one I brought with me. I had exactly what you said earlier, Justine Doylan. You said the wound was 4 inches deep. 4 inches. No way. Could that tiny chisel really have made a wound 4 inches deep? Oh, Jesus. How could I have made such an error? Oh, forgive me, goddess of law. Well, I believe that overturns your hypothesis. What will you do now, Mr. Edgeworth? What do we do? I'll be all right, pal. Mr. Edgeworth's always... Whoa, hey now, he's gone all white. Hey, you're a defense attorney, aren't you? Isn't there something you can do, pal? Do that turnabout thing. Make some earth-shattering objection. Gregory's a hard worker, but without decisive evidence, we're just whipping a dead horse here. Do we have something? I don't know. Maybe it's hopeless. The true killer is Warden Roland. If it's not her, then nothing that's happened fits. But the chisel isn't the murder weapon. Are there any other sharp objects here? There are still many mysteries remaining in this case. However, we do not have the evidence to solve them at this present time. No, I want to be done. Please let it be over. We have no choice but to continue this battle in the court. Oh boy. That would just give the killer a chance to destroy evidence. Are you mocking the court? No. I didn't mean anything like that. You look perplexed, Miles. Thought of anything yet? The chisel's not the murder weapon. In that case, what is? It's no use. We're back to where we started. No objections, Prosecutor Edgeworth? By the way, any baseless statements will be punished accordingly. Really? It's no good. I can't think of anything. I need more time. Really? I regret to say, I have no... No, Mr. Edgeworth, remember what Mr. Shield said. If we give up, Simon will... Have you forgotten that sad look on his face? He was the one who suffered most from Knightley's death. If we can't save him, who will? Besides, Simon believes in us. So we can't give up. Okay. Miles, looks like you found a good partner. It's like little Kay says, whenever you're backed into the corner, think of your client. Keep fighting until the very end. Isn't that the feeling you're getting? Gregory, your old man, no matter what trouble he faced, he would always turn things around and save his client. You've got his blood in you, right? In that case, you're the only one who could turn this around. Judge Courtney, the look in your eyes has suddenly changed. If you do intend to speak, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. Your logic thus far has been misplaced numerous times. It hasn't been, but you know, okay. If this were to happen again, I will consider you unfit to call yourself a prosecutor. You will hand over your badge. That's right. My reasoning about this case has indeed been misplaced numerous times. Have I made a grave miscalculation? Wait, my logic is misplaced? Still silent, I cannot condone this waste of time. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth! Mr. Edgeworth! I will announce my verdict. That's it. I have to turn my logic around. My logic isn't misplaced. It's been misled. This court finds the defendant, Simon Keyes. Isn't it a little early to hand down a verdict? I actually think it's rather late. Don't you agree, Justine darling? Enlighten us. What? Try to remember. The eyewitness account about his dog and his absence from the animal show. When I first heard that information, my suspicion immediately fell on Dogan. I'm amazed you take such pride in retelling your previous failings. But was that not the killer's aim? What if we assume that was their intention from the start? Of course, the chisel served the same purpose. Knightley's body was stabbed in the same spot with multiple sharp objects. This shows that he was stabbed with the chisel after the real murder weapon was removed, by soaking the chisel in Knightley's blood. The killer wanted to mislead us into thinking the chisel was a murder weapon. Why? That's because... Why did the killer want us to think the chisel was the murder weapon? It was a murder weapon because Knightley expelled to get Dogen expelled. To get Dogen expelled, obviously. Warden Roland, you made use of this chisel's image. Chisel's image? What are you trying to say? Mr. DeBest, when you see this chisel, what does it suggest to you? Something like, Dogen is the killer, right? Now, do you understand that that was the warden's aim? She wanted us to suspect the person with the chisels. Indeed, that was her plan from the very beginning. To make Suran Dogen out to be the killer. I understand your logic. It is true the warden did not think kindly of Dogen, but you understand, don't you? This alone does not prove she's the killer. As I thought, it's not enough. The remaining chance is for me to find the real murder weapon. If you have no more evidence, I believe this conversation is over. I could prove it if I found the real murder weapon. It doesn't matter what you say. We did a clean sweep of this place. It is as Sebastian says. In the end, we could not find any weapons. In other words, such proof is impossible. No, the murder weapon must still be here somewhere. As long as this exists. The security gate. You remember its name after all. Are you mocking me? It's because of those things that you can't take metal objects in or out of this place. Ah! Right. As long as those security gates exist, the murder weapon should still be here. That also means no weapon could have been brought into the prison. In the end, we're back to the same mystery after all. Does Courtney? Prosecutor Edgeworth, surely you've realized. If the real murder weapon is still in the prison, one must also consider how it got there in the first place. The chisel was concealed within the chessboard. But the chisel is not the real murder weapon, which means the real murder weapon must have been smuggled in somehow. The way it was smuggled in, can you prove that? How Warden Roland brought the weapon into the prison. You had evidence transferred from the precinct? Yes, we borrowed all the evidence concerning Dogen. I've been interrogating him personally in my office, but... That's it. She could have used that. This shows another way the weapon could be brought into the prison. I assume it's... No. No. I mean, maybe, because it's the floor plan, but I don't think the floor plan's gonna have anything of interest. No. 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 I don't think so. Don't think Royal Claw has anything to do with it. No. 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 This doesn't go outside the prison. I don't think so. This is bells. I mean, his bells are the only evidence we have, like, from the case files. Maybe it's this? Okay, the music stopped. Yesterday, Dogen said this. Yes, my bells. There are only 2 in the world. Only 2? They're custom made, attached to my knife and Anubis's collar. Even though I can only rely on my ears, I can easily identify them. Alas, one has been confiscated and is not in my possession. It's possible the murder weapon was brought in as confiscated evidence. What? Dogen's knife was confiscated and stored on the premises. Furthermore, a bell was attached to the knife. It can't be. The bell and that chisel. Exactly. The killer took it from the knife and reattached it to the chisel. But only fingerprints on the chisel are Knightley's. The killer probably wore gloves when they made the switch. She made the chisel out to be the murder weapon by attaching Dogen's bell, and in doing so made Dogen appear to be the culprit. Furthermore, the handling of the set of evidence that this bell originally belonged to was only possible for someone with the proper authority. Sir, who had that authority? Why don't we ask the warden what she thinks? You could find bells anywhere. Anyone could have attached it, right? I see. So you don't know. These bells are Dogen's trademark. There are only 2 in the world. What? So attaching the bells would naturally make you the killer. You have evidence that I have the knife. You don't, do you? Of course, I understand. In that case, Mr. DeBest, I'd like to request an investigation immediately. But if you find it, it'd be problematic for me. It doesn't matter now. It is necessary that we reveal the truth. You are a prosecutor, are you not? Well, even if you say that. Curse this useless prosecutor. If only he still had investigative rights. Besides, we can't investigate without the warden's permission, right? There's no way she would approve. We have no choice but to investigate ourselves. If you don't have evidence, there's no use in continuing this conversation. The goddess of law does not smile upon those with no evidence. This will have to be continued in the courtroom. Not good. We give the warden more time here. She'll definitely destroy the evidence. Seems like I have no choice but to raise an objection and stall for time. But I don't have anything definite. Is this really acceptable? Is it really like me to do something this reckless? No, not good. Now is not the time for hesitation. Right now, I'm not a prosecutor, but an attorney's assistant. I need to protect my client. I'm the only one who can save him now. In that case, even if it's a 1 in a million chance, I have to take it. It's sink or swim. Should I raise an objection? Yes. Do it. Feels like I've been turned into a certain bluffing defense attorney. But right now, I can't come to a standstill. Wow, we're throwing shade at our boyfriend. Hold it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, what now? Just realized something. Why would that be? Pray tell. That's not her voice. Naturally, the whereabouts of the real murder weapon. Dogen's knife. Mr. Edgeworth, is that really true? Yes, though it is a lie. I find that hard to believe. There isn't a bluff, is it? This isn't bluff. You underestimate me. The word bluff does not exist in my vocabulary. This is bad for my heart. There's no way you could know. Besides, such a thing doesn't even exist. Well then, could you enlighten us? Where is the real murder weapon? Is it in the alligator's belly? Somewhere the police didn't look. A blind spot in this animal-filled prison. A hiding place where warden would have complete confidence in. Hiding place. Come to think of it. It was inevitable. Anubis, show them your mouth. The same method? No, it couldn't be, could it? But There aren't that many ways to hide things from an investigator's eye. Prosecutor Edgeworth, how long do you intend to keep us waiting? It's possible, but I'm taking a big gamble here. Just do it. The place where the real murder weapon is hidden is here. The courtyard, in the lake, the pond. Here in the courtyard? Indeed. That's not enough information. Please show us in more detail. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Bada bing, bada boom. In the gator. That's it. Back then. Huh? What's the matter? Yeah, I get it. Metal detectors reacting to all this alligator. Really, why? Of course, that's why the metal detector reacted. Judge Courtney, I'd like you to take a look at this. The chisel. Wasn't that just the fake murder weapon? Dogan hid this chisel inside his dog's mouth, and the real murder weapon was hidden in very much the same way. The real murder weapon is in the pond inside the alligator. We can confirm that the metal detector reacted to the alligator. Judge Courtney, please have the insides of the alligator examined. I give my consent. We'll have to call a veterinarian. I can make that little girl open her mouth. Can I help? Yes, go ahead. Warden Roland. Discovering the real murder weapon will settle this matter once and for all. Why don't you do the honorable thing and confess now? What would I have to confess? In that case, you could just wait for your fate to be sealed. We found it, sir. Just where you said it would be. It's over. Patricia Rowland, the real murder weapon is none other than Dogan's knife. And the one who murdered Horace Knightley can only be you. Alright, she gets to have a meltdown. It's completely reasonable. That guy was one of Dogan's henchmen. Him. I missed the first line. If only he had never come to my home. I could at least still be happy. My special paradise. He ruined it, all of it. Him. That no good assassin. Him. Oh. Oh, jeez. Oh my god! It was a jacket made of foxes! Holy shit. Mr. the best of the best, we have the results. The best of the best? Looks like even the forensics officers have it tough. We found traces of Knightley's blood in Dogan's knife. It was just like you said. You're the best, Mr. Vest. Alright, good job, but don't stop there. Keep the praise coming. Yes, sir, you're so incredible. It brings tears to my eyes. From sorrow? Well done, Sebastian. Next comes a follow-up investigation. Huh? What are you talking about, Justine? Hasn't the case been solved already? We have not yet confirmed if Knightley truly was one of Dogan's henchmen. There's also a chance that Warden Roland jumped to conclusions. Oh. That is the remaining uncertainty in this case. Anyway, let's keep investigating. Hey, you there, come with me. Since I'm the best, the truth will appear before me first. When that moment arrives, make sure you don't miss it. Yes, sir, I'm looking forward to the witnessing your first-rate ability. Let's go. That wasn't the right, whatever. I'm just ready for this case to be over. We live in troubling times, wouldn't you agree? The would-be assassin of the president was found murdered in the prison. Knightley had not planned to assassinate the president. The truth is not as vital as you seem to believe it to be. Not to the world. And not to the law. That can't be right. Believe what you will, however. As long as Prosecutor Edgeworth remains a prosecutor, is an inescapable reality. Prosecutor is not someone who demands a guilty verdict. That is what I believe. Those are merely your values. The law is not the plaything of any one person. If you will not submit to that, you will do well to prepare for the consequences. What's that supposed to mean, pal? Don't tell me you're gonna... Now then, this is where I must take my leave, Prosecutor Edgeworth. Goodbye. Just Courtney is right. The law should not serve any one person's desires. However, if the truth is bent as a result of that, can that really be called justice? Oh gosh, I don't... Simon! Boss! What happened? They said you could come out already? Well, honestly, I don't know for sure. All of a sudden they were like, you're free to go, and you should thank Mr. Edgeworth. Well, that's because he found out who the real murderer was. Really? He did? Mr. Edgeworth? No way. Even if you glare at me like that, it's useless. I'm innocent after all. You can't make me guilty. Simon, you should thank him, you know. You're right. Thank you very much. I want to thank you too. Good grief. Mr. Defense Attorney, can I ask you just one more question? Yes, you may, but I'm not a defense attorney. I thought that Knightley and I were friends. No, I mean best friends. I always thought we were... You don't think so anymore? Well, I'm just wondering. There were some things I had no idea about. Like how he could hate someone enough to kill them. That's why maybe he never trusted me either. Simon, that's not true. You're lying, because if I had known, I could have stopped him. I would have told him he had no need to be angry with anyone. Mr. Keyes, I don't think he disliked you either. Let's show him proof that Knightley trusted him. I assume the chessboard, if he trusted him to bring it.
Take that.
That's what I gave to... Knightley had a chisel inside, most likely to aid in his escape. Escape? He used me? He trusted in you. He knew you'd bring it to him without looking into it, without question. And in doing just that, you were caught up in everything. Knightley, you idiot. Looks like he gets it. Simon is not as dumb as he looks after all. I'm sure he'll be back to normal by tomorrow. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Oh, I'll be strong. I'll become a splendid wild animal tamer for Knightley's sake. Excellent. That's the spirit. Raccooniying. Ratamonkeying. I almost forgot. If you'd like, please come to our next show. I'll also be performing in it. Barry Circus is always fabulous and fun for all ages. Wow, that sounds like fun. Let's go, Mr. Edgeworth. Well, I'll think about it. Well, we need to get back to practicing right away. You'll be with Regent today. What? The tiger? No way. He'll be fine. He's a good boy. No way. There's no way he'll be fine. Please cut me a break, boss. And there they go. But man, bravo. You really put on a good show today, Miles. It's all thanks to you, Mr. Shields. Without your help, she might have gotten away. Not to mention allowing us to continue the investigation. Oh man, cut it out already. You're gonna make me blush. I never know when you are being serious. Uncle Ray's always serious. So how was it, Miles? How did it feel to be a defense attorney, to save people? Defense attorney. That really took me back. It was just like being next to your old man again. It's been a while since I felt this good. Was, well, somewhat difficult to say it was a good thing. Come on, Miles. Are you sure you don't want to be a defense attorney? What? You know, pick up where your father left off? Don't you want to save people like he did? What are you talking about, pal? Mr. Edgeworth is a prosecutor. But is it really that unusual for a prosecutor to become a defense attorney these days? Unusual isn't the problem here. Hey, don't be so upset. It's normal, you know. Normal. It's not normal, pal. You don't make for a powerful defense team. Mr. Shields, I am a prosecutor. And Uncle Ray's a defense attorney. That's why I'm being serious about this. Well, that's just my opinion. Feel free to drop by any time if you have a change of heart. I'll be waiting for you. Peace out. Follow in my father's footsteps. Me. Become a defense attorney. I'm gonna become a defense attorney just like my dad. Should I become a defense attorney? Like my father? The end. Beautiful. Alright. Brand new episode has been added. Alright, I'm gonna run down and make tea. The thing is, I am scared to switch scenes because that has broken chat before. So I am going to very quickly, we're gonna add a fun little text. Yep. Verb. Need to change the color. Make it like a very ugly red or something. That's readable. Alright, I will be back in a few minutes when I have some caffeinated tea and take my medicine. Be on me. returned. My cup of tea. I need to let steep. I put slightly too much milk into it. It's fine. Okay. I have to show you something, Nico. My shirt. My new shirt that I got. Hold on. I pre-ordered it a long time ago. Look at this majesty. How do I get it to center? It's very big. Hold on. There we go. It's maybe the craziest thing I've ever purchased. It just came in this week. I'm in love with it. I'm wearing it to D&D on Sunday. I ordered it like months ago. It just came in. It's large. I ordered an extra large because I don't know. I wanted it slightly roomy. And it's very roomy. I did not realize just how large their extra large is. It's fine. It's cozy. The sleeves are like almost 3/4 length, even though. Okay. That needs to keep steeping, but. Hell yeah. A little bit of caffeine. Make me stop yawning. Oh, I meant to take my medicine when I was down there. It's fine. I'll take it later. Before I go to bed. Yes, I do like an oversized t-shirt. So, I'm not mad about it. But, let's save this bad boy. The Inherited Turnabout. Is this one going to be 8,000 hours long as well? We've literally did one part of one mission, and it's been 2.5 hours. It doesn't bode well for the rest of the game, and my ability to beat it in my estimated time. Alright, now I can stop hunching forward so nobody sees. No, you can see his daddy. What's for dessert today?
And Jeff Massa's piece of cake.
Sorry, what is happening? Macaroons and waffles. Light and fluffy chiffon cake. What is this audio? Happiness for one and all. The sweetest temptations. There, where? Over there. Take a peek inside the oven. Oh, Jesus. Look, it's freshly baked desserts. Let's cook again today. Are we gonna pan out to a dead man? The program sure brings back memories. Oh, look at them. Gregory. Tomorrow, I'm heading towards that fateful place with your son to find out the truth of 18 years ago. Look at how young he is. They're not gonna kill Ray, right? No. Okay, good. April 2nd, 10:05 a.m. Zodiac Art Gallery. Fountain Patio. Mr. Shields, isn't it about time you told me what this was all about? Why did you bring me to this museum with you? You're not busy now, are you, Miles? I thought it would be nice if we could share the romance of the constellations together. I beg your pardon, but I would like to leave. Sorry, it was just a joke. Do you know about the final case your father worked on? The IS-7 incident? Yes, Manfred von Karma showed it to me immediately after I became a prosecutor. I reviewed the case file again last night after you invited me here. And, while I don't remember it very well, I also had been in attendance at the trial back then. Is it in our... Okay, it's not in our pockets. When I was young, I loved watching my father do battle in the courtroom. During that trial, it was my father, the defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth, against my former mentor, prosecutor Manfred von Karma. And while the trial ended with the defendant being declared guilty... I see. So you were there. So you were there too at Gregory's final... Yeah, he then watched his father be murdered. In that case, I'll cut to the chase and tell you what you want to know. Became the DL6 incident. The truth about the IS-7 incident. It happened 18 years ago, during the winter. All the buildings were covered in snow, coating the entire town like a layer of frosting. And it was in this very place that that incident occurred. It was all before Uncle Ray became a defense attorney. Are we gonna play as Ray? Are all the incidents kind of connected somehow? I guess so. Like, I'm not sure if this is the trial, which then von Karma killed Gregory at, or if this is like the one before that. Like, I'm not sure. Look at him! Are we playing as Ray? Mr. Edgeworth, this request sure was sudden, don't you think? Indeed, we were contacted immediately after the client was arrested. We're playing as Edgeworth! Oh my god! That's not what I was expecting! I thought we were gonna play as... We're playing as Gregory Edgeworth! Holy shit! My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I brought my assistant Raymond with me to meet our client, but... Murder on Christmas Eve! This is just too much! This is the trial then, because it's Christmas Eve. In the darkness, a miraculous meeting. Welcome one and all to the visitor's room. I know, we're playing as Papa. Amazing. So this is what meeting a client is like. It all happened so suddenly. It was completely surprised. I'm also surprised. A thousand pardons for startling you. I am merely expressing my happiness through song. Welcome, one and all. I appreciate you coming. So you're the client for this case. Indeed. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm a defense attorney. They bow the same. I'll be representing you in court. This is my assistant, Raymond Shields. Nice to meet you. I'll do my best to help you. Relax, Raymond. Please excuse his jitters. He's working part-time at my office as an apprentice. I thought I'd let him assist me in this investigation. I don't know that picking the bag up and down helps it steep any faster, but I just like doing it. So, Mr. Gregory and Raymond, correct? I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. My job involves saving my clients from crimes in which they were falsely accused. First, I should determine if he is truly innocent. First, I would like to know more about you. Ah, I've forgotten to introduce myself. My name is Jeffrey Master. What? You mean you're Master Jeff? The world's greatest pastry chef, Jeff Master, the Master Chef? Yes, I'm honored that you have heard of me. All my fans call me Master Jeff. Wowzers! I'm totally starstruck. I can't believe I got to meet Master Jeff. Raymond seems to know quite a bit about Mr. Master. Master Jeff makes fantastic desserts while putting on a song and dance show. He's gotta be like a teenager. Oh god. Macaroons. I'm just letting this happen. I got caught up in their song myself. Woohoo! I'm so happy I got to sing with Master Jeff. It's my dream come true. Oh god. This coaster I have is like the exact size as the base of my mug. So if I don't put it on perfectly, it like wants to teeter off. I'm so happy, I'm so happy to hear that as well. Mr. Master, Raymond, shall we return to the matter at hand? Yes, of course. My sincerest apologies for making you wait. Now, where should we start? You're the world's greatest pastry chef, but you are also skilled in song and dance? Yes, when I'm having a good time, my body just moves to the rhythm by itself. You seem to enjoy making desserts from the bottom of your heart. Oh. If you don't have a good time making desserts, you won't make anything good. Creating desserts that bring happiness to one and all is my purpose in life. I can't believe we're playing as Gregory. Me! I'm Gregory! It's Gregory Edgeworth! Hi, Carly! We're not doing a flashback scene and we're playing as Smiles' dad! Also, wait, Carly. You have to see my shirt. It just... It's the best thing I own now. They sparkle, it looks so delicious. He's famous for his dreamlike desserts. Bringing happiness to all with his dreamlike desserts, huh? The incident occurred in your estate, is that correct? Yes. That's where the great dessert contest was being held. It seems that the body was discovered in one of my creations. So this isn't a flashback? It is. This case, so Raymond is basically telling Miles about, what is this, the IS-6 incident, the IS-8, hold on. I'll get to it's basically Gregory's last case that he ever worked. I think the one that got him murdered, because it happened on Christmas Eve. So we are living a flashback of this case. I thought we were going to be playing as Raymond, but no, we get to play as Gregory, which is amazing. Oh geez, they found it in one of your desserts? For that reason, I was arrested by the detectives in charge of the initial investigation. I would never do something as vile as robbing someone of their life. I am certain that the police will also realize that they have made a mistake. Really? Do you know anything about the victim? It was a man named Isaac Dover. Hi, Gnome. Thank you for the bits. He was a man. Yeah, okay. I already said that. He was one of the competitors in the contest. He was a wonderful man who made desserts of the highest beauty. Why did he have to die? I see. Julie seems to be grieving over the victim's death. I believe I have a sufficient understanding of Mr. Master's personality. Mr. Master, before I accept your request, there is one final matter I must confirm. You did not kill Mr. Dover. Can I take your word for it? Yes, that is correct. I did not kill him. No matter what happens, I would never take another person's life. Those aren't the eyes of a liar. I understand. I believe you. Thank you very much for taking the time to talk with us. The pleasure is all mine. I'm grateful to speak with someone other than a detective. Next, we shall begin our investigation of the crime scene. We will report back with our findings once we have finished. Mr. Gregory, Raymond, I wish you good luck. Put it on the desk. Ooh, it sure is cold outside. I didn't expect it to be snowing this hard. Indeed, a blizzard like this will probably not clear up for a while. But even so, this mansion is ginormous. So this is what Master Jeff's place is like, huh? If you're going to hold a contest in your own home, you would need this much space after all. La 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 la, welcome. Thank you for coming. Oh. Eek! Oh my, are you okay? I'm so very sorry. Would you happen to be Monsieur Edgeworth? Oh god, she's French. Would you happen to be Monsieur Edgeworth? Yes, I'm Gregory Edgeworth. And I'm his assistant, Raymond Shields. Greetings and welcome, Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Edgeworth and Monsieur Shields. Oh no. I don't know if I can do. Oh, you're good, Carly. Don't worry about it. Please call me Catherine Hall. I am in charge of the household affairs of this estate, and I am also Monsieur Master's assistant. No way! You're the famous Kate, aren't you? You know of me. Of course I do. I see you on TV all the time. I'm a big fan of Piece of Cake. Oh, goodness. I'm glad to hear you're a fan. Tell me, what is this piece of cake? It's a TV show that's hugely popular with the kids. Master Jeff and Kate sing and dance while they make delicious treats. Just like this. Oh my god, they're gonna do it again? Oh god. We're doing it again. Because he's a fan. He's singing the songs. He's a big dork. We come from a line of dorks. Edgeworth comes from a line of dorks. That's what I meant to say. Do I have to put together a grocery list for tomorrow? Fair enough. Can't blame you. I also don't want to leave the house tomorrow, but I got a million things to do. Thought I was just making up on the spot. No, he's singing like a song from the show. Oh, Monsieur Shields, that was incredible. I always practice along with the show. Maybe I should tell my son about this show. Oh! But man, doing the dance repeatedly sure works up your appetite. Ah, pardon my inconsideration. I've forgotten to take care of our guests. Please, relax and have some tea. Oh, this is some fine Ceylon tea. I hear the aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration. I see, so this is what Ceylon tea smells like. Oh, these sauces are chilled. Yes, they help cool the tea more quickly for people who are bad with hot beverages. I see. These cups also have a wonderful design. Oh, thank you very much. They are one of the few pride and joys of our estate, ordered directly from France. I don't know what's happening to her voice. They were made by the famed sculptor Pierre Roquette. Sorry, Papa Edgeworth, but your son is already a Steel Samurai Stan. Yep. He could have been a baking show dork. If his father hadn't been murdered, he could have been a baking show dork. Oh, it just makes me sad. They are my absolute favorite articles of tableware. You seem to greatly appreciate this man's work. Yes, they are like treasures to me. I don't know if she's actually French, but we're kind of just going with it. She appears to be very honest about what she likes. They might both be French, but I'm not doing it for him. Thank you, Miss Hall, but it's time for us to move on to business. Are there any details that you can give us about the incident? You're right. I sometimes get so distracted welcoming guests that I forget myself. To tell the truth, I was the one who discovered Monsieur Dover's body. So you were the first one to discover the body. Is it true that the body was discovered in one of Mr. Master's desserts? Yes. It was during the judging of the Great Dessert Contest. I heard the sound of something breaking from Monsieur Master's room. Monsieur Master, are you in there? Eek! When I looked inside the room, I saw Monsieur Dover's body inside the treasure chest. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have made you recall such painful memories. No, I should be the one to apologizing for not being much help. Now then, I believe it's time for us to start investigating the crime scene. Monsieur Edgeworth, Monsieur Shields, please find some way to save Monsieur Master. Monsieur Master is not someone who could commit murder. Yes, of course. Just leave it to us. Then I shall entrust it to you. If you'll excuse me, I have to continue serving tea to the other inspectors. Raymond, let's head to the crime scene. Yes, sir. Oh, there's our friend. Wow, this whole thing is made of chocolate. I can't believe I'm actually seeing Master Jeff's desserts up close. Were this not the scene of a murder, I admit I too would have delighted in this occasion. Now that you reminded me it's a murder scene, I'm getting shivers down my spine. Perhaps it's because this room is cold to begin with. Now that you mention it, this room really is cold. Achoo! Oh god, never expected the defense attorney to show up so early. Forget what his voice was. I think it was just like deep gumshoe. Pleased to meet you. I'm Jeff Masters' defense attorney, Gregory Edgeworth. This is my assistant, Raymond. How do you do? That's not his voice. How do you do? Detective Tyrell Bad, homicide. Mr. Bad, the detective in charge of this case. A man of few words. Oh. Tastes kind of bitter. Ray, why did you do that? Why did you do that? He ate the paper. He likes to digest his memos in his stomach as well as in his mind. It's just a strange habit of his. Please don't be too concerned. Gregory, you're very accepting. Probably be too much to ask him not to be concerned at all. More importantly, paper cuts down to tummy, yeah! Can't be good for your belly. Detective Bad, will you give us permission to participate in the investigation? Permission denied. Why? Mr. Edgeworth is Master Jeff's defense attorney. Defense attorneys plant false evidence to try and get their not guilty verdict. I don't want their kind to disturb the crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth would never use false evidence to defend his client. Can't trust that, coming from a defense attorney. Do the police still suspect Mr. Master, even after the investigation? God, look at his eyes. I hate them. If we didn't, we wouldn't have arrested him. Oops. I believe that Mr. Master is innocent. That's why I've come to investigate. Believing in his innocence without investigating the crime scene. How naive. That's why I would like your permission to investigate. By investigating the crime scene, I want to ascertain if my thinking was naive or not. So you don't intend to leave until you've investigated the crime scene? Yes. Fine then. I'll give you permission to investigate the crime scene. Thank you. But I'll be accompanying you. Can't trust you defense attorneys after all. If you understand that, you can begin your investigation. That's a lollipop? I'm a little surprised myself. Alright, let's begin the investigation. Raymond, be sure to take notes on the case. Leave it to me, Mr. Edgeworth. Just begin already. You're very impatient, Bad, huh? Oh my god, I'm just in love. The fact that we're playing is Gregory. It appears to be a display of sailing equipment. There's also the possibility that one of these is the murder weapon. No, looks like these pieces were all made of chocolate. You can't beat someone to death with these. Mislead him. At any rate, they all have such good workmanship that they look like the real thing. It really speaks about the level of skill Mr. Master has in his craft. What are you investigating? Sir, I'm checking the temperature of the stream. What have you learned? Sir, this stream has warm water. The stream is connected to the fountain in the patio and runs through every room. It's an unusual construction for a room. The minds of the rich. I'll never understand. Me neither, man. So this is where the body was discovered? Yeah. The body has been removed, but otherwise, the crime scene has remained untouched. Oh. To build such a large ship out of chocolate is magnificent. As expected, Master Jeff. I want to try eating it. Although I have no idea where to start eating it from. Anywhere should be fine, but if you start eating the crime scene, I'll make you leave. Don't glare at me. Can't you tell it was a joke? I'd like Raymond to be just a little calmer. But you. Another body was discovered inside this chocolate treasure chest. The person who discovered it was Miss Hall. Miss Hall. I don't know. Monsieur Master, are you in there? Yes, we've lived this already. She heard the sound of something breaking inside this room and came in. I'd like a little more information about this. What's this? Something's been dropped inside the treasure chest. This seemed to be some kind of seal with a design and initials carved into it. Looks like a signet crest. Was it the victims? I don't know if it was the victims, but we should take it for now. Right. Okay. Okay. You know. The voyage of the good ship Red Rum is written here. It sailed the 7 seas and in the end finally found a huge treasure. Modeled after the glory of an ancient adventurer is written here. So he failed 6 times. What an unlucky captain. No matter how many times he went on a fool's errand, in the end he reached the truth. Just like a detective spirit. Did detectives even exist during the ancient times? Seems the stand supporting the ship has been broken. The ship tipped over and broke the treasure chest, didn't it? Maybe. Could the victim have been crushed by the ship and killed? If that were the case, this would have been an accidental death. You two aren't serious about that, right? Well, we were only discussing one of the possibilities. I was being pretty serious, though. Detective Bad, I would like you to tell me about the state of the victim. If you mean a photo of the body, here, look at it. All you like. Seems the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. Interesting. I thought this was a hat. It's his hair. Has the murder weapon been found? You should try asking the prosecutor in charge later. Seems he doesn't intend to tell me frankly. So, may I borrow this photograph? Sure. It's not a photo that was taken by the police. Miss Hall took the photo of the body with an instant camera when she discovered it. An instant camera? Is that like a disposable camera? An instant camera is a camera that can develop its film right after taking a picture. Oh, such a convenient camera exists? Anyway, let's go over the state of the crime scene a bit. This photo, upon closer examination, contradicts the state of the crime scene. I'll have to deduce the contradiction to resolve the matter. Does it? How? In what way? Can I see it? Okay, thank you. Is it the, like, part that's all ripped up? I assume that was to get the blood. The spots on that pic.
Eureka!
Are you sure the only thing the police removed from the crime scene was the body? They also took away the piece of cloth the body was wrapped in. In that case, a major contradiction has been created at the crime scene. Contradiction. Detective Bad, please look at the crime scene carefully once more. The bloodstain that should have remained at the crime scene has disappeared. I definitely didn't get any reports about the blood stain being cleaned up. I'll check with forensics. Mr. Edgeworth, what happened? Comparing the photo and the crime scene, something struck me as being out of place. In the photo, the chocolate underneath the body remained intact inside the treasure chest. However, in the actual crime scene, it's missing. Chocolate with the bloodstain is completely vanished. Yes, did the police remove it, or was this the work of the criminal? Went into forensics. No one cleaned up any bloodstains. I see. Well, that would mean someone erased the bloodstain. Who knows? Okay. Can I logic anything together? What did I have for dinner? I got sushi from a local place because we don't have any food in my house. At least we don't have any food that I want to eat in the house. So I got sushi from a place I like. And I'm drinking, I just finished drinking a chai tea, pumpkin spice chai. I am very tired because I'm very sleepy because I was up late in hanging out in a Discord call with Christanis and Cody. And then Minnie decided to bark multiple times over the night, at seemingly nothing, so it woke me up a few times. And then my doctor just put me on medication for this cough that I have that refuses to go away. And all of the labels are it's gonna make you drowsy, be careful operating machinery. So getting the triple threat of of tiredness. So I needed a hit of caffeine, and it was either this or a Coke. And I remembered I had this tea, so I made it. It was really good tea, honestly. I might have to buy myself a pack of it, because I got this as an individual tea bag in a thing my work sent us, because they like to send us goodie bags. I think they sent this one out at Christmas time, and I just never used the tea in it because I was scared of the amount of caffeine in it. This was 3 out of 5, and then I have another one. Oops, I just pulled the tag off. That's 4 out of 5. I went with the 3 out of 5. Just this is it. It's a Tazo tea, pumpkin spice chai. Tazo. I don't know. It's pretty good. I just did it with a little bit of sugar and a splash of half and half. It was good. We'll see if it keeps me from yawning every 2 seconds. I feel like it's already slightly better than the first 2 hours of stream where I was yawning every 5 seconds. Due to the broken stand, the ship lost its balance. It was seen Miss Hall enter the room upon hearing the ship collapse. Yeah, when Miss Hall entered the room, the ship had already fallen over. At any rate, I wonder why the stand broke. Can't find your glasses. Nico, no! Do you have any idea what you did with them? I mean, then you would probably be able to find them, but maybe there was something wrong with the ship's balance in the first place. Is that really true? Elegant tableware and cookware are placed on the counter. Looks like the same tea set Miss Hall was using earlier. Was Master Jeff drinking this black tea? On this tea set, only Jeff Master's fingerprints were found. Were his fingerprints found on any of the other cookware? The cookware was washed. Nobody's fingerprints remained. Excuse me. Or he might have been cooking with gloves on. Seems the only thing here with his fingerprints is the tea set. Okay. I spot gloves and a knife. I would love to walk into it. Master, use these gloves while making his desserts. They hid his fingerprints. Certainly, it's possible that they were used for that purpose. But wouldn't you agree that finding cooking gloves in the kitchen is perfectly natural? Doubt everything. That's my job. Is a pot of chocolate on the stove? Nope. Alright, who's this wackadoodle back here? Excuse me, but you are... Oh, hi. Nah. My apologies, I was meditating. What did you ask, Sir Detective? Actually, I'm a defense attorney. My name is Gregory Edgeworth. I'm his assistant, Raymond. Pardon my late introduction. My name is Dane Gustavia. I'm one of the pastry chefs participating in this contest. What kind of desserts do you make, Mr. Gustavia? Oh. Oh. My specialty is making desserts out of candy. What a cute seahorse. It was meant to be a dragon dancing in the sky. This is a dragon? I think it would fit better in the ocean than in the sky. I know all too well that design is my weak point. I plan to study design and undergo training in Zhengfa once things settle down here. Probably shouldn't touch the subject of design any further. Mr. Gustavia, if you aren't related to the investigation, why are you in this room? Sir Detective wanted to know more about the desserts in this room, so he asked me to come. Since he's one of the contestants, he might know something. I was like, Gregory is such a basic name compared to Phoenix and Miles, but now I wonder if he's based off of Gregory Peck. I don't know who that is, maybe. Mr. Gustavia, those instruments you used are quite unusual. Chicken! These instruments are called candy pumps. They pump air into the candy. He plays the dad in Atticus Finch. Is it Atticus Finch, the lawyer in To Kill a Mockingbird? I'm gonna look it up. Oh, the actor's name is Greg. Oh, okay. Maybe. He does kind of look like him. Honestly. Hold on. Get him back on screen, please. Kind of like swords. They're so cool. Indeed. Ever since I began using them, no day has gone by where I didn't receive a burn or wound. That's why I wear red clothes, so that not a single stain will ever show on me. Making desserts is a serious business. I'm always training. Does he injure himself because he hasn't trained enough? Oh, I just wanted to take the hat, like, off of his face. There we go. Like, we got some similarities. Honestly. Could be based off of them. Oh, he plays the dad in Atticus. Okay, yeah. My brain is not working this week. Can you tell me about the great dessert contest that was held here? From the looks of this room, it seems the desserts weren't just for eating. The exhibition Sir Master held was a contest in the art of dessert. The art of dessert? Desserts are true works of art made solely out of edible materials. The works of art in this room are all made from desserts. Now that you mention it, the room is filled with the smell of chocolate. Sir Master exhibits great talent in both flavor and design. If you're not able to surpass Sir Master in flavor and design, you will not be able to win. Being the world's greatest pastry chef is pretty hard, isn't it? In other words, if I can surpass Sir Master, I can become the world's greatest pastry chef. That was the prize of this contest. The prize is the title of the world's greatest. In addition to that, there is also Sir Master's treasured angel's recipe. If you want to learn more about the contest, just look at this piece of paper. These were the rules that were given to the participants of the contest. Okay. Title of the world's greatest pastry chef and angel's recipe. Rules. Contestants' rooms will be judged starting from the left. Afterwards, all parties will meet in Jeff's room. Any decorations not made from desserts are prohibited. Entering another contestant's room before the judging is done is prohibited. Okay. Who are these nerds in here for the nasty little... Cody, we're playing as Gregory Edgeworth right now. We're playing as Edgeworth's daddy-o right now. Uh-huh. You should have heard me scream when I realized what was happening. What's happening is we're doing a flashback to the last case that Edgeworth ever worked, or Gregory ever worked, with Ray. Basically the one that got him killed. So we're flashing back to that. Sorry, I don't know much about the incident. I only learned about the incident after the judging had finished. How was the contest judging carried out? Let's see. Sir Master started judging at 3 p.m. Look, it's Gregory. Starting from my room, the judging proceeded in a clockwise direction. Okay. I used the room to the right of Sir Master's room, which is the room we're in now. Oh, what? Next, the room of a female pastry chef named Delicia was judged. A female pastry chef? What kind of person is she? She's a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve her goal. I heard she used lots of cream to make a fantasy-themed dessert. And lastly, Sir Dover's room was judged. His works were frozen statues made from sherbet. Hall discovered the body in the middle of Gustavia's judging. Oh. Hall discovered the body in the middle of Gustavia's judging. That's bad talking. She panicked, and because she immediately notified the police, Master continued judging, without knowledge that the body had been discovered. As a result, Master judged Dover's room in Dover's absence. Okay, right, Dover's a dead one. It seems we have plenty of room to suspect Master. So what I'm hearing is we want to fail this level so Edward's dead lives. Yeah, you know. Just maybe. I mean, this is the investigation portion. Like, we're not going to see the courtroom, which is where it all goes wrong, because that's when he accuses Von Karma of using false evidence, and then he gets that, like, strike against him on his record. No. Isaac. They're not that crude in these games. By the way, Detective Bad, what were you talking to Mr. Gustavia about earlier? Gustavia. I was asking him about the chocolate frame hanging on that wall. I thought something was missing. I thought if I asked someone who knew a lot about desserts, I could get an answer. Although, thanks to your arrival, I still haven't gotten my answer yet. Well then, since you've been waiting for so long, we can ask him about it right now. I guess you don't understand sarcasm. Mr. Gustavia, can you assist us with this matter? I train in the art of desserts every day. If you have a question about desserts, please do not hesitate to ask. Thank you very much. Oh, that's a hand. These finger marks are... These are unidentified finger marks. We don't know who they belong to. Since no fingerprints were left behind. Finger marks without fingerprints. These might be related to the case. Those gloves, I guess? It's a mystery. He was probably wearing gloves. Detective Bad lacks dreams and romance. I don't think there are dreams or romance at a murder scene. You make such a beautiful picture out of... You could make such a beautiful picture out of chocolate? As expected of Master Jeff. Is this really chocolate? It looks like an actual picture to me. Impressive. Impressive, Sir Attorney. You noticed well. This picture of an angel is not a dessert, but rather an angel's recipe. The angel recipe? The prize for the contest? Do it! Do it, Nico! The picture isn't made of chocolate? Indeed. Within the chocolate frame lies a recipe book. Sir Master told everyone when he explained the rules of the contest to us in this room. So the contestants knew the recipe was here. How about it? This frame? Don't you think it's missing something? Oh yeah, I can see it. So that's what Detective Bad was asking Mr. Gustavia about earlier. This chocolate frame, there does appear to be a part that's missing. That's what's been bothering me as well. Eh? What's missing? Let me show Raymond the part of the chocolate frame that's missing. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. What was that? I missed that. I missed being able to take in that voice. Look closely at this part of the decorations. Can you see that one of them is missing? It's true, it's different from the other decorations. This perfect balance in the decorations is not like Sir Master. Upon closer examination, seems this frame is not the only one with missing parts. We need to investigate further. All the desserts in this room each have one part missing. Whoa, the candle holder and the sailing tools are all damaged as well. So someone tampered with the crime scene. Maybe you do not wish to remember. Perhaps. Maybe. Master vandaled the room himself to fool us. Master Jeff wouldn't do that sort of thing to his desserts. Tampered desserts. I wonder if they're connected to the incident. Achoo! You alright, Raymond? This room is way too cold. The fountain patio wasn't very warm either. This room certainly is cold. Do you want to wear my coat? What a dad! Nope, I'm fine. Because that's something that you promised to give me when I became a defense attorney. Oh. That's right. Why is the temperature turned down so low? It's because it's been turned down in order to maintain the chocolate's temperature. Why don't you try opening the panel cover on that wall? Panel cover? Oh, there's a secret panel hidden in there. Yes. This panel is installed in all the rooms Sir Master prepared. So as not to detract from the dessert's presentation, the cover is closed to conceal it. What does the panel do? It allows you to change the temperature and the lighting in the room. In order to preserve any type of dessert, it can go down to about negative 22 degrees Fahrenheit. The room would be like a freezer. It's set to 59 degrees Fahrenheit. No wonder I was cold. Detective Bad, I'm not allowed to change the temperature, am I? Preserving the crime scene is a foundation of being a detective. But I'm not a detective. A defense attorney can't recklessly damage a crime scene either. Indeed, Sir Assistant. Enduring hardship is also part of training. In order to preserve chocolate, 59 degrees Fahrenheit to 64 degrees Fahrenheit is the ideal temperature. The ideal temperature for chocolate, as expected of the dessert chef. No, but it is but a trifle. This is basic knowledge that anyone should know if they're a dessert chef. So, what's the ideal temperature for candy and fresh cream? As long as you watch out for humidity and hot temperatures, candy shouldn't melt. For fresh cream, around 50 degrees is the ideal temperature. You need to watch out for the humidity and hot temperatures for candy. I see. Detective Bad, he seems a bit happy when they're talking about candy. Is candy one of his favorite things? He's eaten a lollipop right in front of you in a crime scene. I'm gonna go out on a limb and say yes. I already checked the area earlier, but it never hurts to take another look. It's a fire alarm. Let me say in advance, it's not a dessert. It's the real deal. If you press that, an alarm will sound, and security will be contacted. I understand that you want to press it to see what happens, but please restrain yourself. No, I didn't particularly feel like pressing it. It's because you're a defense attorney. I don't think being a defense attorney has anything to do with it. Okay. I feel like I probably got everything from this, but I don't know. Dessert in the shape of a candle holder, huh? It's titled Light of Life. Seems that one of these important lights isn't lit. Is it symbolic or... Okay, can I logic anything? Is that what it wants me to do? Beaten to death by the stone candle dessert. Beautiful. Each of Mr. Master's works had a piece that was missing. Add to that the fact that the ship's chocolate stand was broken. I think we can surmise that someone ransacked this room. And the one who did it could be the true culprit. That I don't know. But I think it's safe to say that the ship's stand got broken when the room was ransacked. And when the ship fell over, it broke the treasure chest lid. I expect that the lid of the treasure chest was originally closed. Beautiful. I can beer yourself, but no pressure. You can always get this rail of ices and save them for later. That's true. Wish I could join you guys. I have to get a dental crown. Oh. I mean, I'm not drinking alcohol. I was drinking tea, but I have since finished it. So, I do have a bottle of vodka sitting next to me, but I don't have anything to pour it in, so I will not be partaking in that. Seems our investigation of this room is just about over. This should make it clear. Jeff Master is the culprit. Shots. Oh wait, Cody, I didn't show you my shirt. I have to show everybody my shirt over and over again. The best shirt in the whole world. I don't know if you can even read what the bottom says. It says, is a state of mind. My man. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled programming. Yeah, if you were wondering why the shirt I'm wearing says Daddy and that's all you can see, it's because it's got Pedro Pascal all over it. Jeff Masters is the culprit. Why? All the rooms in this mansion were locked from the inside. After the hats you shared with me, I don't judge you to have a daddy shirt. Fair enough. You just add to the cursed wardrobe with this. And the only way to open them from the outside was to use this key to the mansion. Do you know who had the key? Master was the only one with the key. There were no spare keys. Well then, how did Miss Hall get in there? By using the mansion key, Master could enter all the contestants' rooms. Of course, the key could also lock his room from the outside. Oh, I guess it was, okay, it was unlocked. However, Mr. Master's room is currently unlocked. Yeah, that's why I suspect Master is the culprit. I'd like to hear your reasoning in more detail. Oh, okay. Why suspect Jeff Master? If the body has been found in a locked room, Master would have been the prime suspect. That's why Master made sure to leave the door to his own room unlocked. And to ensure that the body would be seen, Master broke the lid on the treasure chest. After the judging, everyone was scheduled to meet in Master's room. That would have created the impression that the murder had occurred while he was away. Contrary to his expectations, the body was discovered by Miss Hall. That's my reason for suspecting Master. Got that, Ace Attorney? So you also think it was Mr. Master himself who vandalized this room? Yeah. You defense attorneys believe that justice lies in trusting your clients, but I'm a detective. If I believe every poor sap's story and let the suspicious ones get away. I understand your reasoning thoroughly. However, I'd like you to hear my thoughts on the subject now. Fine. Detective Bad believes that he's right, but I won't give up so easily. I can't accept his reasoning. I'll have to show him evidence that contradicts it. Okay. What do I even have? I just wanted to... Okay, I have the signet crest, the crime scene notes, a teapot, the rules, the frame fingerprints, and the key. Proof of my profession. Polishing it every day has become my routine. What nerds? Okay. That's why he made sure to leave the door unlocked. To ensure the body would be seen, Master broke the lid on the treasure chest. You believe the broken lid was Mr. Master's doing? Yes, yeah. If he hadn't done that, the body wouldn't have been found. It doesn't seem likely that he would break his own work while he was judging the contest. That's right. Master Jeff would never waste a good dessert. On piece of cake, he even eats them while dancing. That TV show is irrelevant here. Detective Bad, you know about piece of cake? When I didn't even know of it? What? This is a surprise. So, do you sing the song too? That's irrelevant. He definitely does. Anyway, the one who broke the lid on the treasure chest was Master. I don't think so. I don't know what to present to this, but I don't think so. Because why would he do that? Also, he wasn't in the room. Like, when... What's-her-face found... It's not that, obviously. I mean, it's gotta be this. This is the only thing that makes sense. None of the rest of them would have anything to do with. Wow, he's got a deep voice. Originally, the victim's body was hidden inside the chocolate treasure chest. Miss Hall entered the room when she heard a sound. I think it's likely that this was the sound of the chocolate chip falling over. Yeah, that's what you would think, just by looking at the crime scene. You said that Mr. Master broke the treasure chest lid himself. But this photo shows that the ship's fall caused the lid to break. If the lid broke just before Miss Hall found the body, then Mr. Master, who was in the middle of judging, could not have broken it. I never said that Master broke the lid directly. The ship was set to fall during the judging. I believe he tampered with the stand.
Objection!
Oh my god, he's got a deep voice. Do you have proof he tampered with it? No, but the investigation isn't completely over yet. Seems they still haven't found anything conclusive. Have you found any other fingerprints other than Mr. Master's in this room? Yeah, there was some left on the door. But the victim Dova and Master were also among the fingerprints left behind. Before we made our desserts, we all gathered in here to have the judging explained to us. Perhaps that was when we left those fingerprints? But we didn't find any fingerprints on the works in this room. What? Someone tampered with the chocolate in this room. So perhaps there are other fingerprints on it, apart from Mr. Master's. No matter what we find, it won't clear Master of suspicion. Labby, hurry up and dust the chocolate for fingerprints. Roger that, sir. Why didn't you do that before? Detective Bad! We found another person's fingerprints on all the chocolates in the room. Whose fingerprints? They belong to a pastry chef by the name of Delicia. Good work. Return to the investigation. Yes, sir. It would seem that there are other suspicious people besides Mr. Master after all. I don't need a defense attorney to tell me that. I'm not stopping my investigation. We will just go and listen to what this Delicia has to say. Delicia, Gustavia told us about her not long ago. Is she really a frightening woman who would do anything to achieve her goal? Mr. Edgeworth, this Delicia lady sounds mighty suspicious to me. Seems that it will be necessary for us to speak with her directly as well. Detective Bad, would you allow us to accompany you? I'm not obligated to do that. What? But you were the one who discovered the truth of the crime scene. Fine. Have it your way. Follow me. Detective Bad. Thank you. Detective Bad, sir. Are you sure about that? Right now, that prosecutor's in the room. Doesn't matter. Him and I don't see eye to eye. Him? Who's the prosecutor in charge of this case anyway? Manfred von Karma. What? Von Karma's in charge? That guy hasn't lost a case in 25 years. Manfred von Karma, the living legend of the prosecutor's office. If the rumors of his courtroom performance are to be believed, he's a man who would do anything for a guilty verdict. No matter what kind of prosecutor he is, I can only hold true to the path I believe in. I'm gonna see Daddy Karma. Don't call him that. I hate him. That was a quick part. I don't know how many parts are in this. Let's see. Gonna load. Oh god, there's 9 parts! Okay. Jesus Christ. Candy Castle. There are even some fairies over there. They all seem maybe to be kind of short. This room seems to be structured in the same way as Master's room. but it's nowhere near as cold. This room also seems to have been fitted with a temperature control panel. Ah, it's over by that orange lamp, right? Indeed. Let's not forget to investigate it later. No, I don't think he... Well, okay, he might be younger. I feel like evil just makes you old from a young age, though. I don't know. This room is something out of a fairy tale. Is this cream-covered Castle Delicia's work? Oh my god. Cody. Yeah, I guess Francisca's probably... I mean, Francisca's probably a baby at this point. Gregory's or like a toddler, maybe. If Miles is in the 3rd grade, so he's probably like 8. I think he's 8 when his dad dies. 8 or 9. So Francisca's probably like 3, 4, somewhere around there. It's like she's like a toddler. Whatever is Delicia. Oi, can I help you? Oh my gosh, hello. Hello, boys. I'm Delia Scones. In my native... Oh no, she's British too! In my native England, I'm known as Miss Delicious. Being called a boy, even though I'm already 34, it's certainly a rare experience. Boys, I understand you calling me that, but Mr. Edgeworth? As far as I'm concerned, you're all boys to me, even that detective over there. My name is Bad, not Boy. Just how old is this woman? Mr. Attorney, let's just finish our business here. You're right, Cody. Right. You, what do you think you're doing, conversing with a mere attorney? Oh god, there he is! Mr. Edgeworth, a scary man came out of the candy castle. Von Karma. This man is Prosecutor Von Karma? Eep Manny! So he's Von Karma. Pleased to meet you, Prosecutor Von Karma. My name is Gregory Edgeworth, defense attorney. Sweet cheeks. Oh god. I feel like he looks the same. Maybe like slightly less aligned. Hold on. Okay, he does look slightly less, like a skeleton man. He looks like a skeleton man in these pictures a little bit. He's wearing the exact same clothes, though. Which, I guess... it could be part of that, yeah. I have no interest in names of defense attorneys. After all, they only exist to be crushed by me. What a rude man. Gregory, this isn't going to end well for you, but you could say much worse words to him. That piercing gaze and furrowed brow. Ugh, he's even scarier than the rumors say. Although that statement was also very rude. Prosecutor Von Karma, would you allow us to investigate too? You think I would give information to a mere defense attorney? As I thought, it won't be that simple. However, I'll make a special exception for this room. Why did he change his mind so quickly? You old bloodhound! Don't call me that. My name is Bad. Ha, a mere detective speaking back to me. I admire your courage at least. Bad. Stand watch and see that they don't misbehave. Why, me? I will not accept your refusal. Well then, I'll be investigating Gustavia's room next. Tch, I'm babysitting again. Wonder why he and Von Karma aren't investigating together. Instead of being on bad terms, it seems like they hardly know each other. Mr. Edgeworth, now that we've got Von Karma's permission, can we continue investigating? Yes, his manner bothers me, but I'm glad we can at least continue the investigation. Hold it. I also need to investigate this room. I don't want you disturbing the room. So you'll investigate after me. What? Aren't you the detective in charge of this case? Why haven't you investigated this room yet? The detective in charge of the initial investigation was a close colleague of Von Karma. I came to take over for him, so I only just got to this mansion recently. That's why he and Von Karma are investigating together. Detective Bad, will you allow us to investigate with you, like before? In doing so, you'll be able to supervise us and also ensure we don't tamper with anything. You want me to watch you? You're a strange lawyer. I'll let you stick around a little longer. Yeah, you did it, Mr. Edgeworth! Thank you, Detective Bad. But if I decide you're holding up the investigation, you'll have to leave. Yes, I understand. Well then, let's begin the investigation. I can't believe this amazing castle is made entirely out of confectionery. I know, what a work of fantasy! It's like a fairy tale world. You liked all this fairy tale stuff. You like all this fairy tale stuff, don't you? Sorry, I got a bit too excited, didn't I? No, it's interesting to me, since you're so enthusiastic about it, unlike my son. Your son? He's only in grade school, yet he prefers to read law books instead of fairy tales. I am worried that he won't be able to make any friends that he can talk to. Gregory. What an interesting kid. I'd like to be his friend. I think you'd be more of an older brother to him. An older brother, huh? Oh god, he ate his paper again. Well, I've got some growing up to do then. Yes, that's why we have to continue with the investigation. Do we have what his age is? 18. Okay. Salt lamps? Himalayan salt lamps? The castle doors are open. If someone opens the door, they really should remember to close it afterwards. Won't he say that directly to Prosecutor? Would he say that directly to Prosecutor Von Karma, though? Huh? Looks like there's some stuff inside. Let's see. Wait, I'll examine it. Stay out of the way. Maybe sheets of fondant and... I don't know. This fresh cream melts too easily. Single touch can cause it to break. Okay. Seems like Detective Bad's shoes got covered in cream. Why were these objects kept inside the candy castle? If there's anything you want to investigate, you better speak up now. This pillar has a hexagonal recess. Looks like a pedestal, but has nothing in it. Hexagonal recess, huh? I wonder what would have been put in there. Giant strawberry would fit with the fresh cream. Detective Bad, I don't think strawberries are hexagonal. Was just hoping. I hope it's a banana. I think I prefer blueberries. I love this conversation. It's very good. Okay. Seems like it's just gonna... 2 big rocks are placed here. Like it's a storage room. Yeah, the inside of the candy castle isn't so dreamy. Hey, maybe they're raw gemstones. Oh, they've got a hexagonal base. Who knew there were such treasures hidden within the castle? Seems like a rather careless way to handle treasure. Looks like there's something underneath the rocks. Seems there's a pedestal attached to both of the rocks. Okay, cool. I'll logic those together. Of course, it's a pedestal for displaying the gems. Well, in any case, this is no ordinary object. There are rolls of blue cloth here. Looks like there's 4 of them in all. Certainly don't look like desserts. Yeah, I don't know what the cloth is for. It almost seems like it was hidden there inside the castle. Because you can't use anything that's not dessert. The color of this cloth looks familiar somehow. Okay, we're gonna quickly do a little bit of... The rock's pedestal has a similar shape to the recesses on the castle's pillars. Perhaps the rock is meant to be placed on top of the pillars? Oh, that's right. They're both hexagonal. Wonder why they were hidden inside the castle, though. The blue cloth and the rocks inside the castle. I wonder if they belong to Delicia. Delicia. Those things in the castle, what are they used for? Those? I'm afraid I can't tell. Oh, God. British accent. I'm afraid I can't tell you. Looks like Von Karma is keeping her silent. I've been found out. He'll get mad at me if I talk. Prosecutor Von Karma doesn't intend on being upfront with his information. Aw, it's such a shame. We'll finally figure out where the rocks are supposed to go. Or we finally figured out. Could it be you're interested in my goods? Your goods? Those are my popular relaxation goods. You mean the rocks and the cloth? You see, that's right. You see, they're not actually rocks, but special lamps made from rock salt. Wow, so those are lamps. It gets even more exciting. Because the cloth also has an amazing secret. As soon as we showed interest in her goods, she became quite talkative. Since we got them out, come experience the therapy, boys. Batty, could you put everything up? It's not baddie, it's bad. So you won't do it. It's Batty being a bad boy. Labby, are you done photographing this room? I'm losing all the accents. There's just too many of them. Yes, sir, I'm done. Then go help Delicia. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Thanks. I knew you were a good boy underneath Batty. Miss Delicia, that was amazing. You even persuaded Detective Bad. Are there laxatives? Oh no. Thanks a lot, Batty, and you too, Forensies. She even gave the forensics a nickname. I think that's her way of showing she cares. What's so therapeutic about these things anyway? We don't have time for that now, Batty. The show's about to begin. Forensies, finishing touches, please. Yes, ma'am. Oh. Wow, it's so beautiful. It really is. I wish my son could see this. Stop it, Gregory! Oi, I told you so, right? The 4 fairies and the curious candy castle was the theme of my work. It's so sparkly and cute, right? Yeah, but you can't use non-dessert items. Seems like one of them is missing something. The truth is, I plan to unveil it during the contest. Well, I'm glad I got to show it to you boys. Huh? But it doesn't look like the rock salt lamps are lighting up. Huh? I wonder why. I think I'll need to examine the rock and the fairies again. Oh! Uh-oh! Piscadio! Looks like both the lamps and the pillars are broken. Both their light bulbs are broken. Maybe they were dropped on the floor? There's some sort of red stain on this lamp's surface. This stain? Could it be? That smell. There's no mistaking it. It's blood stain. That's a blood stain? Why is there a blood stain on this lamp? I wonder if this has something to do with the lamp bulb being broken. I should also take a look at the other lamp here. So this is where Delia originally intended to put the lamps. I don't get why she put them in the castle. Since they're broken and don't light up, maybe she decided to put them out of the way. If she wanted them out of the way, there are many other places to store them. It's like the old saying, hide the salt in the sugar bag. I think the saying goes, hide a tree in the forest. If Delicia intended to use these lamps as decorations during the contest, it creates a contradiction with that piece of evidence. I need to deduce the contradiction at the scene. Yeah. It's the rules. Yup. The contest rules. Detective Bad, please read the contest leaflet. Any decorations not made from desserts are prohibited. Huh. These rock salt lamps and the fluorescent cloths go against the rules. So maybe that's why they were hidden in the castle. I wonder about that. I think we should investigate further into Delicia's actions. The castle door is adorned with a beautiful cloth. I think this was the cloth that was in the castle. Entranceways are always beautiful. That's what a detective thinks. Yes, after Detective Bad's shoes have trampled all over it. But this is no time for snide remarks. Alright, I'm gonna do a quick little logic of beaten to death and the rock salt lamp. There is evidence that the victim was beaten to death with a blunt object. What's more, there's a blood stain on one of the broken rock salt lamps. Could this lamp have been the murder weapon? You're right, it could have been used as a weapon. Labby, is the blood analysis on this rock salt lamp finished? Yes, sir, finished just a few moments ago. The blood stain on that lamp belonged to the victim. You heard what he said. Alright. Good shit. The murder weapon was hidden in Delicia's room. We need to consider her as one of the suspects as well. Okay. There we go. It's a cute candy fairy sitting in a tree stump. The cloth on the back along with the decorations really give it a magical atmosphere. When you look at it, it almost feels like you're spellbound. What we need to look for is the hidden truths of the real world. Don't be fooled by the fairies. And look at there's a cover on the wall, just like in Mr. Master's room. Let's open it up. The room's temperature is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The lights are set to green. We've Gustavia said that 50 degrees is the ideal temperature for fresh cream. This room's temperature is too high. Yeah, by a lot. Holy shit. This is intriguing. Here we go. The reason the fresh cream is so fragile is due to the temperature in this room. So my shoes got creamed because the room temperature is set at 68 degrees Fahrenheit. Speaking of which, when you opened the castle door, the doorknob didn't break. Yeah, was stronger than I thought. Strong? A dessert? Detective Bad, could you have a closer look at that doorknob? This is... But seeing this doorknob isn't a dessert. And it's not just the doorknob. This castle and the fairies are just plastic molds coated in fresh cream. And this isn't a dessert piece at all. It would seem they're just fake desserts covered in fresh cream. Interesting. Using decorations that were against the rules and making fake desserts. A lot of Delicia's actions seem suspicious. Yeah, doesn't seem like she's aiming to be the world's greatest pastry chef. Also, the temperature of the room is way too high. Is there a reason for that? I can't figure out what I want my voice for him to be. I wonder. I think we should ask Delicia directly. Alright, let's go have a chat. Hello, lady. Huh? Miss Delicia? You don't seem as energetic as you were earlier. Delicia, can I just ask, did something happen with Von Karma? Yeah, see, nothing of the sort. That's not a British accent. Nothing of the sort. You just said yesy. Haha, that's yesy. Now it was only a greeting. You're a cute boy, I like you. What's your first name? It's Raymond, but... Well, Ray, I think you make a good man of yourself someday. Ray? How about that? I think you have a way with British ladies. She's a little different from my image of a lady. Why don't we listen to what she has to say? Could you tell me about your actions during the contest? Yes, see? I'm making desserts for the contest around 10 o'clock. Basically, I was in here making my desserts the whole time. At 1:30, I joined the afternoon tea for about an hour or so. Afternoon tea? It's a social occasion. It's a social occasion where conversation is had over black tea and cakes. So it's pretty much a tea party. Well, I suppose. Oh, Greggy, you're a smart boy, aren't you? When did I become Greggy? Where was the afternoon tea held? Took place in the gardens outside of the fountain patio. It's our customary break time during the contest. It's always held in the same place at the same time. Today there were just 3 of us who took part, Jeff, Katie, and me. Since Jeffy had already finished his creations, he was there from the beginning to end. Icy and Gusty didn't join in because they hadn't finished their desserts yet. Everyone other than Mr. Dover and Mr. Gustavia participated. Yes, actually, I hadn't finished my dessert yet either. I just wanted to try some of Jeffy's handmade pastries and Katie's fresh brewed tea. So, after I'd eaten my fill, I returned before everyone else. During the contest, did you enter any of the other contestants' rooms? What are you saying? We found your fingerprints on the desserts at the crime scene. You found them? Are you admitting that you went to the scene of the murder? I admit it, but I'm not the murderer. It's the honest truth. Please hear me out. What were you doing in Mr. Masters' room? The truth is, I was studying his desserts. Studying? Because Jeffy's so talented at making sweets. Well, nobody was in his room at the time, so I just decided to study his work for a bit. Okay. But if you were just looking, you wouldn't have left fingerprints behind. Yes, see, it's natural that I left fingerprints on desserts. For the sake of the research, I ate some of his desserts. Oh my god, really? Isn't that like stealing food? It couldn't be. The one who wrecked Mr. Masters' room was... I'm sorry, it wasn't my intention to vandalize the room, but I did eat a few parts of the desserts in his room. I secretly ate little bits and pieces so Jeffy wouldn't find out. So, did you eat the ship stand as well? Yeah, exactly, Carly. Isn't this a fucking competition? Why are you eating the other person's creation? Yeah, see, I did. What a terrible... The chocolate chip broke because of you. Because of you. I'm losing everybody's voices. I'm sorry. So the reason she left the afternoon tea early was to preserve her appetite? But you've got to believe me on this. I'm not the murderer. Her actions are sufficiently suspicious, but I won't press on it yet. Delicia, why is the room temperature set to 68 degrees Fahrenheit? The cold doesn't agree with me. Plus, it's bad for the body. This figure doesn't just maintain itself, you know. Naturally, as a lady, I want to look young forever. I wonder how old Miss Delicious really is. Raymond, a true gentleman never asks a woman her age. This room is mainly filled with cream, and 50 degrees Fahrenheit is the recommended temperature for preserving fresh cream. What, really? Now that's all gone to waste. Looks like Miss Delicia didn't know. Interesting. Who is this woman? I thought she was supposed to be a first-class pastry chef. The fake desserts and the rule violations, and now her lack of basic knowledge. Looks like she keeps many secrets. Alright, I need to logic some more shit together. Yeah. Delicia's knowledge in the art of dessert making is lacking in fundamental areas, and she claims she went into Mr. Master's room in order to study his desserts. These actions and ideas are not fitting of someone aiming to be the world's greatest pastry chef. Yeah, they don't sound like the words of a pro. It's like she doesn't even realize it, or maybe she isn't a real pastry chef. Perhaps she had some other intention. It's possible that she didn't go into the room to study desserts. So then, are you saying Miss Delicious is the criminal? We can't say that for sure yet. But I know she's hiding something from us. Okay. Now what? I didn't get anything. Oh, I got the fake desserts. Maybe I can ask her about that. Oi, that thing you've got there is rather cute, Greggy. But the color is rather unappealing. Now, if I were to coat it up with fresh cream... Stop it. Okay. What am I missing? What haven't I investigated? Oh, this one. That's missing a thing. Unlike the other fairies, this one doesn't have a fluorescent cloth. It's delicious. It's not right to leave one out. I don't like it either. But one fluorescent cloth and a machine has gone missing. You've lost a cloth and a machine? What sort of machine is it? Oi, let me tell you. Each piece of fluorescent cloth is hooked up to one of these machines. The machine is called a rainbow light device. Light is sent through the cable and into the cloth, which is made of optic fibers. Just fiddle around with the settings a bit, and it will turn all sorts of colors. When it glows red, it's like a raging inferno. When it glows blue, you can almost feel the glittering cool ice. It's powered by a long-lasting battery. It's resistant to changes in the temperature. I'm not very familiar with these kinds of devices. Mr. Edgeworth, she's saying that it's a machine that transmits light to the special cloth. I see. It's amazing what they come up with these days. So, one rainbow light device and one fluorescent cloth are missing. Yeah, see, that's right. Wherever could they be? This fluorescent cloth. Could it be related to the case? Yes. Could be, the thing the body was wrapped up in. There we go. I'm supposed to be like, Greg, you're 34, but I'm already like, TikTok is for the youngins. True. And this is like 2006. So this is like the 90s. This case would have taken place 18 years before the current case. And the first game happens in like 2006. And it was like 10 years. I don't know. It's a long time ago. That's enough investigating. We found much more than I expected. It's not very Wizard of Oz of you. And yet, something from before still bothers me. Prosecutor Von Karma must have found the murder weapon in this room. So then, why did he let Delicia be? Firstly, I must ascertain Von Karma's true motives. Detective Bad, I would like to ask Prosecutor Von Karma something. I've also got business with him. And Delicia, there too. Deep, what's the idea, Baddie? Don't glare at me like that. Seems Detective Bad also has his doubts about Delicia and Von Karma. Delicia, would you come with us for a moment? Yesy, that's fine. What for? We have to find Von Karma. There's some things we need to talk about. So, Prosecutor Von Karma, we need to talk about the case. From the looks in your face, I assume you found the murder weapon. Yes. We discovered the murder weapon in Delicia's room. It would seem Mr. Masters isn't the only suspect in this case. Bah, that's not true. Where the murder weapon was found does not change the fact that Master is the culprit. As long as I am here. Why is Von Karma so sure of himself? Well then, aren't you going to explain why the murder weapon was in Delicia's room? Naturally. If you wish to know, I'll tell you. About the murder weapon. In order to pin the crime on Delicia, Master used the rock salt lamp to kill the victim. He then deposited the murder weapon in Delicia's room. If he had left the murder weapon at the crime scene, Master would have been the one suspected. He couldn't move the body, but it was easy to move the murder weapon. Ergo, there would be no evidence pointing to a specific culprit at the crime scene. Mr. Master took the rock salt lamp? Precisely. I carried out the investigation myself. There can be no room for doubt. Do you have evidence that he moved it? That will not be necessary. What? Tisk, tisk, tisk. You have an objection, say it. Do you think a mere defense attorney can break my logic? Yes. Take that for breaking your logic. Anytime Users go home like I'm a nerd. Yes. Or I'm like nerd. Yes. Ba-ba-ba-ba. No evidence pointing to a specific culprit at the crime scene. That is wrong. That's wrong because the fucking cloth.
Objection.
Oh my god, he's got such a deep voice. Gregory Edgeworth. Goodness me. It's true the murder weapon and bloodstains disappeared from the vicinity. However, there was still one piece of incriminating evidence left behind. Have a look at this photograph, which was taken when the body was first discovered. This cloth was used to wrap the body. Doesn't it remind you of the fluorescent cloth from Delicia's room? Eep, my fluorescent cloth was at the crime scene. Ha, fluorescent cloth. You, just what part of this cloth is fluorescent? I guess Von Karma doesn't know about the cloth's secret. It looks like a normal cloth at first glance, but if you use this rainbow light device, you can make it glow. Prosecutor Von Karma seems a little surprised. Did we call the wrong person daddy with a voice like that? Cody. It's an apropos night to wear this shirt. I didn't know we were hanging out with Daddy Edgeworth. But you know, it was a good coincidence. I don't think it was the cloth's ability to glow that surprised him. One sheet of this fluorescent cloth is currently unaccounted for. Now, I'd like you to look at the color of the cloth in this photo. Don't you think it looks like the color of the fluorescent cloth before it's been lit up? Both the rock salt lamp and the fluorescent cloth originally belonged to Delicia. Wouldn't it be natural to assume that this cloth was used to wrap the body? Prosecutor Von Karma. I believe the present condition gives us much reason to suspect Delicia. Eep. What is she stirring? Why is she stirring with like a rolling pin? Hold it, Greggy. Do you really suspect me? I don't yet know if you're the culprit, but it is true that you're hiding something. Am I right? That's... So, you're saying that the murder weapon and the cloth were originally from Delicia's room? Yes. Tisk, tisk, tisk. What's so funny? Just as I suspected from you. The murder weapon and the cloth are not from her room. How unfortunate for you. What does he mean? Before the contest began, Master noticed her violation of the rules. He confiscated the cloth and the rock salt lamp and left them in his room for safekeeping. The victim was not seen, as he stayed locked up in his room after the contest had begun. The only one who could have unlocked the rooms was Jeff Master, and the murder weapon, the rock salt lamp, was being kept in Master's room. This should be the decisive evidence in proving Master's guilt. Anytime the protagonist in these games says the words decisive evidence, it is like the opposite of decisive. It's like the most vague evidence ever presented. Defense attorney. You've lost to me before. You even had a chance to stand in court. What's this? What? Was all our investigating for nothing? No. Miss Delicious, why didn't you tell us about your confiscated items? Well, Manny said I'd look suspicious if I did. Prosecutor Von Karma? And it's true, you all suspect me, don't you? How clumsy of you, defense attorney. Von Karma. So that's why he let us investigate Delicia's room. And in your clumsiness, there's one more thing I need to inform you of. 2 sets of fingerprints were found on the murder weapon. 2? Yes. They belong to Jeff Masters and Delicia Scones. Oh my god. No other fingerprints were found. After Master killed Dover with the confiscated rock salt lamp, he foolishly concealed the murder weapon bearing his own fingerprints in his owner's room. I don't even need to prove my case in court. I have more than enough perfect evidence to prove Master's guilt. Hold it. I still have some doubt about the fluorescent cloth found in Mr. Master's room. Bah, irrelevant. After disposing of the body, I intended to return it to Delicia's room. I don't have enough information to refute Von Karma's reasoning. Nothing left to say. If your job is done, leave this place. That's... I can't give up yet. We've wasted enough time as it is. Bad, take them away. There are still some doubts left in our investigation. Detective Bad. What's the meaning of this? It's not my nature to leave any doubts behind. There is still one piece of evidence that is yet to be identified. That's right. There are still the traces someone left behind. Talk about your doubts as much as you want later. But this, my dear attorney, is none of your business. No, I also have some doubts about one piece of evidence. It's likely that I have the same doubts Detective Bad has. What? This is a piece of evidence left in Master's room that is yet to be identified. I think it's these fingerprints. Or maybe it's this, actually? Because there were no fingerprints found. It also could be the crest. No, I'm going with my gut. I think it's that. Someone left gloved finger marks, on one of Mr. Master's desserts. If these were the killer's finger marks, then it's possible the killer also didn't leave any fingerprints on the murder weapon. How did you know the state of the crime scene? I gave them permission to investigate. Bad. What possessed you to let a defense attorney into the crime scene? I don't recall. You telling me not to let them in. Bah, such impudence. You'd best remember, Bad. Your salary review depends on me. This isn't good for Bad. I'm so glad I have a kind boss like Mr. Edgeworth. Your salary review depends on how you perform here. Surprised at what a mere attorney like you managed to uncover in such a short time. However, it's possible those finger marks were Master's own doing, because he always wore gloves while cooking. Do you have evidence those finger marks were left behind by Master? And moreover, there are still a few points of suspicion surrounding Delicia. Oh, you still haven't given up on that. Greggy, you still suspect me? I've already apologized for stealing a few bites. I don't want to suspect you. However, I can't easily trust those who tell lies. You must still be hiding something. Greggy's a bully. Don't you know the temperature fresh cream must be kept at? You call yourself a dessert chef, and you lack even the most basic knowledge. I'm sorry for my lack of knowledge. In your case, it's not even about the lack of knowledge. In truth, you don't even know how to make desserts, do you? Defense attorney, stop trying to force your own reasoning. In a court of law, the evidence tells all. This is wrecking my throat. If you say the witness is lying, show it with evidence. We're not in court yet, but very well. This evidence shows that Delicia can't make desserts. the fake desserts. Ba-da-ba-dam. The only things Delicia made were those that broke the rules. The lamp, the cloth that broke the rules, were being held in Master's room. There's no way the witness could have returned them to her room.
Objection.
Those were not the only fake desserts she made. What? Her desserts may look like something out of a fairy tale at first glance, but in reality they're nothing but mannequins decorated with cream. Apart from the cream, they're all fake. This is not something one aiming to become the world's greatest pastry chef would do. This is true bad. Yes, my shoes can attest to that. Will that be enough to convince Prosecutor Von Karma? Once he sees what Delicia has done, he'll have no choice but to be convinced. Delicia, the fact that your actions could lead you to being a suspect is no laughing matter. I didn't murder. Isn't it time you told us the whole truth? Who are you, and why are you indulging yourself in another contestant's work? You see, I understand. The truth is, I'm not really a dessert chef like I led you to believe. I'm actually a pharmacist. What? A pharmacist? That is a completely different occupation. It's no wonder he couldn't hide his surprise. Why is a pharmacist like you participating in this contest? I just love eating desserts. I joined because I thought I'd be able to eat some of Jeffy's desserts. I never thought I'd end up making it to the finals. Even Prosecutor Von Karma's at a loss for words. So that's the real reason why you entered the contest? You see, as expected, Jeffy's desserts were oh so good. So, the gloved finger marks on the picture frame were you're doing? No way! I never wore gloves. Delicia's fingerprints were found on Mr. Master's chocolates. So it is true that she wasn't wearing gloves. You see, exactly. You do believe me, Greggy. Is your face stuffed with nothing but desserts? Sorry, Manny. I think it's her belly that's stuffed. Were Master's desserts all that you ate? Actually, no. After the afternoon tea, I also ate Icy's desserts. You mean you entered the victim's room? You see, exactly. The room was empty after all. Perhaps the victim was already dead by then. My first bite tasted way too salty and I couldn't eat it. So I ate the delicious star-shaped dessert that was nearby. Mrs. Delicious, you really are a glutton. It is rare you see a woman with this kind of appetite. Alright, sure. That's all I did. Greggy, Manny, everyone, I'm sorry I caused you trouble. Now that you've told us the truth, everything's fine. There's no need to apologize. This does not mean that your testimony is trustworthy. I'll be investigating the victim's room after this. Only then will I decide if your testimony is true. Prosecutor Von Karma, I'd like to go as well. We also need to ascertain whether my reasoning is up until now has been correct. I'll let you follow, but I have no intention of letting you investigate. That's enough for me. "9 p.m. Contest venue. What is the meaning of this? Oh, Jesus. Everything melted. The desserts adorning the victim's room had disappeared without a trace. It melted. And he said it was salty, so it had too much salt, and the ice cream melted. Obviously. What was the true killer's doing? A body that was hidden inside a dresser, and a murder weapon that was moved. Further investigation would be required to arrive at the truth of this case. Okay, part 2 of 9 done. Jesus Christ. Was that part 2 or part 3? I think it was part 2. Yeah, it was part 2. Jesus. I think I'm going to be able to get through one more part, and then I'm going to have to be done for the night. 9! Fucking, fuck me. Oh, we're back in the present day. Oops, guess I went on for a little too long there. Something like that happened? I had no idea. None of the case files I read went into such detail. Well, I doubt there would be anything in there that would be inconvenient to the prosecution. Especially with that Von Karma at the head. How did the investigation go from there? The desserts had disappeared from the victim's room, so the investigation hit a rough patch. Thanks to that, it took about a whole year before a verdict was handed down. 1 whole year? This was before the whole 3-day pre-trial system was established. Trials didn't need to finish in a short amount of time, but they do now. I see. Did they ever find out why the victim's dessert disappeared? Well, kinda. His dessert was like a candy ice sculpture made from sherbet. Since it was made from ice, the general consensus was that it had melted. However, that might not quite be the case. What do you mean? This museum used to be Mr. Master's mansion, the stage of the IS-7 incident. In this very place, they exhibited the Sherbert Salon from 18 years ago. They're exhibiting the victim's dessert? Yep, though it could be just a replica of the original. That's why Uncle Ray had to come today to check it out. And for your old man, too. Now then, let's get a move on and check out the room. Pretty sure it's over with the Winter Palace, in the Winter Palace. The Winter Palace should be... Huh? It's locked up. That's odd. I've already opened the museum. Mr. Shields, according to the pamphlet we received at the entrance, the Winter Palace is over here. Really? Could have sworn it was this one. Alright, let's scoot. We gotta confirm the truth of what happened 18 years ago. Well, yeah, this was the room it would have been in. This would have been Delicia's room. Who are you? Wait! Oh my god, it's them! It's Damask and his hot wife! Oh my god. Man, it's still as cold as ever. Uncle Ray's gonna freeze solid. Seems the Winter Palace lives up to its name. It's like a freezer in here. The lights dimmed like this, it's almost as if the room itself is made of ice. I think the control panel for the room temperature is on the back wall. Oh, there's the salt lamp. Miles, why don't you check what temperature it's set at for me? Uncle Ray's gonna give the curator a piece of his mind later. It's way too cold in here. Very well. But if you want to look around the room a bit, feel free to stay or freeze to your heart's content. I'll get the camera ready. I want to take some pictures of this place and show it to your old man. Understood. Well, how about this? I'll yell out, Master Mask is here! Yes, it's me, I'm Master Mask. Good, good. Wait, Ronnie, if you say that, you'll get arrested. Come on, if we don't plan properly, we won't be able to sell it. What are these two talking about? Oh, maybe this is the kid from... I think that's the child from the Steel Samurai case. There are 2 sculptures displayed here. These sculptures are replicas for the desserts that vanished 18 years ago. Impressive, huh? These sculptures made of ice. Yes. My father never got to see these ice sculptures. And now, 18 years later, I'm standing before them. Miles, sorry to bother you while you're deep in thought. Could you turn this way a little? Like this? Yes, yes, like that. Mr. Shields. It's so cute! He looks so uncomfortable. Oh my god. So, I just want to stare at this picture for like an hour. I love this. He's gonna show his dad. Oh. Mr. Shields, you're not. Say cheese. It looks so uncomfortable. I love it so much. Mr. Shields, please don't take pictures of me. Sorry, my bad. I just wanted to make sure the camera works okay. That camera looks quite old. Yeah, well, that's because it's an old-fashioned camera. You know, an instant camera. It automatically develops the photos after shooting. Pretty cool, huh? Yes, I know, though I've never used one. You're quite the know-it-all. You really are the old man's son. Could you move a bit? I want to take some more photos of the room. His face has taken on an unusually serious expression. He's probably thinking about the IS-7 incident. Man, I snapped a bunch, and they're already developed, see? Oh my god. My brain. He shoved them in my face before I could reply. Well, I have one more question for you, Mr. Know-It-All. Do you know what these two sculptures represent? They're sculptures of Taurus and Gemini. I was gonna say Taurus, but I wasn't sure about this one. Sculptures of Taurus and Gemini from the winter constellations. Oh, bingo! Not bad, Miles. That's probably why they call this room the Winter Palace. Uncle Ray's feeling generous today, so I'll give you a copy of this photo too. Thanks. Are these replicas of the constellations desserts? Are these replicas of the constellation desserts that were made 18 years ago? Yeah, looks like these two sculptures are also made out of sherbet. Uncle Ray's only seen the real sculpture in photos. But these sculptures look like the real deal. This was what you wanted to show me? Yeah, I think your old man would have wanted you to see it as well. I'm sorry, Uncle Ray didn't have the courage to come here alone. Don't apologize. This was a good opportunity to learn about my father's case. That means a lot to me. So, you want me to take another commemorative photo? No, thanks. This rock salt lamp is lighting up the constellation chart. I see. Gemini and Taurus are constellations that can be seen in the winter. Since this is the Winter Palace, perhaps that explains the winter constellations, made of sherbet. According to the pamphlet, the other palaces are made of crystal. But for the Summer Palace, I think it'd be more fitting if it were made out of shaved ice. Well, no, that would make exactly the same as this room. There's a boy with a school bag. Did he come to the art gallery by himself? She even quit her job in order to run this museum. I don't really get it. Perhaps one of his parents knows the curator? I don't know. What else am I looking for in here? For some reason, a giant block of ice is on display. There's a description written on the surface. Castor and Pollux. Every December, large meteor showers appear in the direction of these two stars. And so mask to mask. And then those two are being rather noisy and distracting. Can't be helped. I should go look at another exhibit. Do we gotta talk? Is that what's happening? Miles, since we came all the way here. Oh, yeah. I wasn't trying to leave. Thank you so much. If you're that cold, why don't you borrow my clothes? In exchange, I'll borrow your jacket. No thanks. Let's try enduring this for just a little longer. I wasn't trying to leave, I promise. Try to talk. Miles, can I ask you something? Of course. What is it? Is it okay to take photos in this room? What? Haven't you checked? But if you haven't got any warnings about it, then it should be fine. I'm doing all the wrong voices. Sorry. Well, to be honest, I would have taken some anyway. Your old man had always wanted to investigate this winter palace after all. If my father had seen this room, would he have found something? If he had the results of the trial... Had the results of the trial might have also... No, there's no point in thinking that now. Let's examine this. Mr. Shields, I can't find the temperature control panel. Ah, right. They keep it where it's hard to find. Just one moment. Huh? It's locked. Makes sense. They wouldn't want the guests changing the temperature themselves. According to the pamphlet, the Winter Palace has a temperature of 27 degrees Fahrenheit. Brr, now that is cold. Uncle Ray's gonna freeze to death. Guess I'll need to find someone to share body heat with. Preferably a beautiful lady. Just wanna... 36. Okay. So he's a creep. Oh, you trying to freeze me to death as well with those cold eyes? Of course not. Okay, what else am I fucking looking for? A giant block of ice is being displayed here. It appears to be quite heavy. No, the inside must be hollow. On the surface, there's an image of stars and a written description. The Pleiades, also known as the Seven Sisters, a star cluster that comprises a part of Taurus. But for all these stars to be grouped together as a cluster, the ways of the ancient people must have been very imprecise. Okay, I guess that was everything. Alright, now I've got some pictures of this room. Let's check out the other palaces. Might as well see them all, since we're already here. I suppose you're right. Ah! That yell just now came from the fountain patio. Let's go, Miles. Is that Larry? Is that fucking Larry? Oh my god, how are you so winded, Miles? You've walked 2 feet. That's definitely Larry. And that's the guy from before. There's someone passed out on the floor. And that man there is... Yep. Larry, what are you doing here? No, I'm getting ahead of myself. What exactly happened here? Edgy! I saw something that no one should ever have to see again. Or see again. Larry, calm down. Why is someone passed out here? It takes a lot to sashay with as much attitude as this man does. Oh my god, Cody. I didn't do anything. He just fell down all of a sudden. This man, he can't be. Excuse me, what is the matter? Can't raise such a ruckus in the museum, boys. I'm losing everything. The scent is... Seems like he's still breathing, but it's a bad situation. Miles, it's not safe here. Get everyone out of here. Everyone get away from that room right now. There's poison gas coming out from it. Jesus. They walk the same. Ow. Mr. Shields, how is the victim? Looks like he breathed in a little too much of that poison gas. He's still unconscious. According to the doctor in the ambulance, there's no external injuries or any other wounds. Thanks to our fortunate timing, we were able to save him before he was too far gone. But he's not out of the woods yet. He's currently being treated by a specialist in the infirmary. I see. Mr. Shields is an acquaintance of yours? Is he an acquaintance of yours? Yeah, you could say that. He's Dane Gustavia. He was involved in the IS-7 incident. The pastry chef? So he was involved in the case 18 years ago. The other guy is doing all right. Is he your friend? Is he a friend of yours, Miles? Yes, you could say that. It is fortunate you were not hurt, Larry. What's you could say that's supposed to mean, Edgy? How could you treat a childhood friend like that? That's just cruel. And also, when I'm dressed like this, I'm called Larice Denim, you know. Also, don't call me Larry, it's Larice. Or so don't call me Larry, it's Larice. This man is Larry Butts. He's nothing but trouble, but he's been one of my friends since grade school. Some time ago, he awakened to the calling of art and assumed the alias Larice Denim. But a Butts by any other name would smell just as much. Really? You two were childhood friends? I better report that to your old man, too. I'm sure it'll bring him joy. He was always worried about you not being able to make friends. Good for you, Edgy. Aren't you glad to have a bosom buddy like me? My father was worried about something like that. Or my father was worried about something like that. But anyway, what are you doing in a place like this, Larry? How many times do I have to tell you, Edgy? I'm Larice. What are you doing in a place like this? Yikes, don't glare at me when you talk. So you're gonna tell me? Isn't it obvious? I've come here to study art. I'm gonna take Mandy on a date here, so I was just doing some scouting beforehand. Aren't you just using art as an excuse to go on a date? Not bad, Larice. Maybe you can introduce me to some pretty girls to me next time. Oh, now you're talking my language, dude. His music gives me anxiety. I hate it. I think I'm getting a headache. By the way, Larice, did you not notice anything strange when you found the victim? Nah, not really. Nothing that would make you say, I saw something that no one should ever have to see? Oh yeah, that. I was just surprised when I saw that old dude fall down out of nowhere like that. I didn't do anything this time for once. Is that anything to brag about? Visitors, we wish to deeply apologize for the disturbance. Oh my god, I can't do it. I'm the curator of the museum. My name is Catherine Hall. I give up on the French. I give up on... She's also one of the people involved in the IS-7 incident. Hello there, Miss Kate. Are we gonna get another musical incident? Monsieur Shields, thank you for your continued assistance. She was the woman we saw at the reception, so she's the curator here. We apologize for the inconvenience, especially since it's the opening day. No, you don't have to apologize for a thing, Miss Kate. I almost forgot. Let me introduce you to someone. This is Miles Edgeworth. He's Gregory Edgeworth's son. Oh, Monsieur Edgeworth. Oh. How wonderful. I meet the son after 18 years. It is an honor to meet you, defense attorney Miles Edgeworth. Oh. Wow, that was amazing. Still got that golden voice, Miss Kate. Actually, I'm a prosecutor. Oh, so you're a prosecutor. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Edgeworth. This woman is very polite, but slightly odd. Katie, could I get your autograph right here, pretty please? Yes, if you so desire. Why do you want her autograph? Hey, don't tell me! You don't know who she is? My, you really don't keep up with the entertainment news, do you, Miles? What is that, this unbearable atmosphere? She's a superstar actress who's been in tons of musicals and movies. She's a great singer, too. Currently, I'm the curator of this museum. I have already retired from the stage. I finished filming my role for my last movie a few days ago. My co-stars also said they would come here once I opened the doors. And here you are, Monsieur Artiste. I've returned this to you. Thanks a bunch, Katie. I'll treasure it for the rest of my life. Well, well, look at me and Maurice sharing the same interests. So I gathered. Larry, you said you're here to study art. Why don't you practice drawing as well? Since you're here at Miss Hall's Art Museum. Oh, it would be an honor to have Monsieur Artiste sketch our exhibits. Oh, I guess even you have some good ideas every now and then, Itchy. I'll do a bit of sketching for Katie here. What an amusing person. Forgive the disturbance. Incidentally, who was the woman that you were with earlier? That was Madame Delicia Scones. She's currently assisting in the treatment of Monsieur Gustavia in the infirmary. Even though I said infirmary, since this is an art museum now, it's only provisional. As I'm the only staff member working here, I cannot take a leave of my duties for too long. Delicia Scones. I believe we've heard that name before, Mr. Shields. Yep, looks like the whole gang from the IS-7 incident is here. Well, I doubt that's a coincidence. Monsieur Shields, Monsieur Edgeworth, would you care for some hot tea? Oh, Miss Kate's tea. That takes me back. Yes, if you please. Now I must take my leave. I must explain the situation to the other visitors. Alright, thanks for everything. This smells like Ceylon tea. I should drink it before it cools. Oh, the Ceylon tea is of very high quality. This aroma of citrus does wonders for your concentration, right? Your old man said the exact same thing 18 years ago. But the saucers back then were chilled. Today they're warm. Anyway. Oh, Miles. Don't you think this current situation is rather unusual? You mean how everyone involved in the case 18 years ago is gathered at this museum? Yes. I would like to be in charge of this case, if at all possible. Mr. Edgeworth, sir, are you okay? Mr. Edgeworth, Mr. Shields! I came here as fast as I could when I heard that you were done in by the poison gas. Oh, my sweet honey Kay. How about a hug after being part of her so long? No. Jeez, you're so perfectly fine. I can't believe you made us worry so much. Detective Gumshoe. What is the meaning of bringing Kay here? I'm sorry, sir. I knew the gas was dangerous, so I tried to stop her. But no matter how much I ran, I couldn't gain any ground. When it comes to running away, no one's faster than the Yatagarasu. But you weren't running away from here. Mr. Edgeworth, I'm all set, sir. I'll start investigating the crimes. Gas mask. So there might still be traces of the gas in the room. I'll have to ask everyone to wait here. Very well. I'm counting on you. Good luck in there, Flatfoot. Wow, Gummy's so cool. He's just like a detective. But that's what he is. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, it looks like the poison gas dissipated, sir. Oh no. I just took a peek at this chapter just to see how long it is. First of all, it's freaking long. But I gotta do logic chess with Larry! Anyway. Detective calmly explained the state of the Autumn Palace. Oh. Yes, sir. Start with the exhibits. On the left, there's a statue with two people. This is the jitteringest. On the right, there's a statue of an animal with two horns. picture of two people and a statue of an animal with horns. Isn't that the exact same thing I saw in the Winter Palace just a while ago? Also, the room is wet with water thanks to the sprinkler system. It's also prevented the gas from harming anyone else. The sprinkler system. Was there a fire in the room? No signs of fire. The fire alarm hasn't gone off either, sir. The sprinklers in the museum aren't the kind that detects both smoke and fire. If it detects smoke, it will send an alert to the security room. I think the poison gas might have set off the alarm in the security room, sir. Was there anyone in the security room at the time? The only one working here is the curator, Miss Catherine Hall, sir. She's been in the reception booth, opposite the security room, ever since the museum opened. Did Miss Hall turn on the sprinklers? The sprinkler system can only be operated manually from the security room, sir. If it had been automatic, it would have sprayed water all over the exhibits. Since the system is manual, the situation can be examined and the exhibits moved if need be. I guess there would be more priority over the exhibits than the building. Only at a museum. It's way too cold in this room, sir. Isn't this supposed to be the Autumn Palace? It feels more like the dead of winter in here. The Autumn Palace is cold? I checked the thermostat earlier. It was set to 27 degrees Fahrenheit. I couldn't believe it. Why would the Autumn Palace be set to the same temperature as the Winter Palace? That's about all I know for now, sir. If I figure out anything else, I'll give you another call. I see. I'm counting on you, detective. You're not going to describe the broken glass on the top? What did Scummy say? He said it feels more like winter in the Autumn Palace. I don't get it. I haven't been able to enter the room personally. But it should be possible to look inside after the police have finished investigating. I'd like to know what it's like in there myself. Isn't there anyone else who knows about the incident? There is someone. Miles' friend, right? Friend? Though he's such a nuisance, we have no choice but to listen to what he has to say for now. Wait, you mean... Oh, you're here too, Kay. You're looking as cute as ever. Long time no see. It's Larry, isn't it? Kay, right now my name is Larice. I'm an artist, that's why. Ah, so that's your pen name, Larice, the artist formerly known as Larry. Well, you really are a good girl, Kay. Nothing like edgy here. Larry, I have many things I need to ask you. What's this? Don't tell me you suspect me again. You're gonna say because I was first on the scene, I must be the culprit, aren't you? I never said anything like that. I only want you to tell me what you saw. You said you saw something that no one should ever have to see. Did you not? But now I'm saying I didn't see nothing. I didn't do nothing. Probably. Oh my, he didn't seem so confident at the end there. There are somewhat troublesome circumstances surrounding this man. The saying, when something smells, it's usually the butts, it still holds true. 26 years on. One could say his tendency to attract trouble is legendary. 26, okay. They are 26. I'm the same age as Edgeworth in this game. Ha! Seems he's done something troublesome without even realizing it himself. I'll just have to try and extract the truth from him. I hate that frickin' logic chest. The goal is to expose whatever Larry is hiding. However, I didn't see nothing. I didn't do nothing. Larry's an extremely restless and troublesome man. Until he cools down, I'll just wait and see. First, I'll ask him about his goal. This isn't something I can't handle. I'll finish this quickly. I hope so, because we're already at 5 hours. What was your purpose for coming to the art gallery? What? Are you saying that I don't belong in an art gallery? Hey, if you're not gonna talk, hold that pose so I can paint your portrait. And then I'll scribble all over the portrait I drew of you. Your paintings are all scribbles. I was just joking. I would never scribble over my paintings, of course. They're works of art after all. I don't think any of your works would qualify as art. Don't look down on me. There are people who recognize my skills as an artist. Those people are blind. Oh my god. Mandy is my girlfriend, but it's really my painting she fell in love with. That's why I'll sketch anything my girlfriend likes. Then why are you here on your own today? So what? Can't a guy with a girlfriend spend some time alone? Go spend time. Mandy said she's a Gemini. I thought she'd be happy if I showed her a sketch of it on our next date. Do you really have that much confidence in the sketch? Well, I'm not so confident about this one. But I thought she would be happy if I did a sketch of her astrological sign. I see. That's just like you. To impress Mandy, you came here to see the Gemini sculpture, didn't you? What? How'd you find out? Because you just unknowingly told me everything. Well then, I'm not saying another word from now on. He's finally decided to remain silent. In that case, I'll be more relentless in my questioning. I'll try to find out what he was doing here at the art gallery. Okay, I'll be more relentless. I'll expose his true motives. This shouldn't take long. What did you do in the art gallery? What's with the glare? I don't really remember anything. I didn't have a pamphlet, so I just loitered around the fountain patio. Huh? What? If you're not gonna talk, I'm gonna back up. Okay. I know he said relentless, but I wasn't expecting it to be like that. Yeah, I get it. Don't they give you a pamphlet at the reception booth after you pay the admission fee? Huh? Oh, is that right? So, the admission wasn't free, huh? You didn't pay? Don't tell me you sneaked in without paying. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do anything bad. It's just, there was no one at the reception booth. That's why I thought you could come in here for free. Miss Hall wasn't at the reception booth? Yeah, it didn't look like there was anyone on the other side of the desk. Come to think of it, Gumshoe did say something about that. Miss Hall was busy activating the sprinklers in the security room. Because of the incident, she had to leave the reception booth. Poor Katie. She went to all the trouble to open up the place. And now the art gallery's star attraction, the Winter Palace, is completely ruined. You're certainly well informed about the Winter Palace for someone without a pamphlet. The Winter Palace is where your goal, the Gemini sculpture, is located. You had your sights set on the Winter Palace from the beginning, didn't you? What? How'd you find me out again? That's right. My goal was to see the Gemini sculpture. From the very beginning, the Winter Palace was the very reason I came here. I confess quite easily. I can never tell anything with this man. Next, I'll ask for further information regarding the Winter Palace. Okay. He may still have some fight left in him. I'll watch his reactions and extract the information I need. Okay. Larry, did you also enter the Winter Palace? What's with that look of distrust? Sure, I tried going in, but... You tried to go in, but you weren't actually able to, right? Yeah, that's about right. I wanted to go in, but then that old geezer collapsed. I was a little freaked out. So you couldn't get in because the victim of the poison gas collapsed? Yeah, he fell right out of the Winter Palace. I'm sure the victim emerged from the Autumn Palace. If it weren't for that, the poison gas incident, I'd be in there sketching the Gemini sculpture right now. Larry must have mistaken the Autumn Palace for the Winter Palace. That aside, it seems his goal was to sketch the sculpture. This should be a useful clue. Larry, did you see anything in the Winter Palace? You're still hung up on that? Didn't I say I didn't see anything? I started to think that it wasn't such a good idea to come to the art gallery. I need to leave soon to meet with my girlfriend. Perhaps I should try using that clue. You came here to sketch the sculpture for your girlfriend, did you not? I don't think you would give up that easily. Even after the victim collapsed, you could still see inside the room from the outside, right? Well, I may have gotten a tiny glimpse, but there's no evidence that I saw something scary in there, right? My, I'm disappointed it turned out to be this simple. Larry, you saw something scary at the crime scene, didn't you? Okay, that wasn't too bad. Edgy, can you read my mind? In that case, there's no point in keeping any more secrets from you. You just told me everything of your own accord. That was a complete waste of time, but finally, it's checkmate. It's so intense. I had my eyes fixed on the Gemini sculpture. You've mentioned the Gemini sculpture many times now, but I don't believe the sculpture you saw was the Gemini one. What? Was it a mirage then? Larry mistakenly thought he saw the Winter Palace. This piece of evidence shows what Larry really saw. Okay, yeah. Something's up with the music. Take a look at this pamphlet. In the Autumn Palace, the Pisces, Capricorn, Aries, and Aquarius sculptures are displayed. Incidentally, I can confirm that the Gemini sculpture is in the Winter Palace. Therefore, the sculpture you saw could not have been the Gemini one. I knew it. I expected him to be a bit more shocked at the news. I thought it was kind of strange. And I know I saw a single goddess. And that transformation was no mirage. Transformation, you say? Oh, you're curious too, Edgy. Well, nothing for it, I guess. Or I guess I'll have to show you. Show me? What exactly? I drew a picture of the very scene I saw back there. But I really can't believe what I drew. Picture? What picture? This one, right here. That's really good, Larry. What is this disturbing picture? Is that sculpture weeping tears of blood? Larice, this picture is scary. Okay, it scared me too. This Gemini sculpture suddenly transformed into a goddess right before my eyes. I couldn't help but scream. So the victim collapsing wasn't what surprised him. What do you mean when you say transformed? I don't really understand it myself. The lower half of its body just turned into a fish. A fish goddess? That would be the Pisces sculpture, wouldn't it? In mythology, Pisces represent the fish that a goddess and her son transform into. Really? So Pisces isn't just a couple of ordinary fish? Edgy, you don't think that sculpture is cursed, do you? Those tears of blood turned the Gemini sculpture into a fish. Preposterous. You simply mistook the Pisces sculpture for the Gemini one. Okay. Oh, you put the sketch in your organizer? Even a sketch like this can be used as scrap paper after all. How could you? But it's strange. Why do they only the lower half of the sculpture transform? Gregory's a bit curious about what went on in the Autumn Palace. Indeed. Wonder if someone tampered with the Pisces sculpture. Yes, Edgeworth here. Mr. Edgeworth, we've finished searching the room. The poison gas isn't a threat anymore, so you can enter the crime scene. Right. Good work, Detective. Seems we can enter the Autumn Palace now. Nice timing, Mr. Detective. Let's go right now. I want to see the Pisces sculpture. If Kay's going, I'm going too. I was planning on bringing him along anyway. Right then, let's proceed to the Autumn Palace. So this is the Autumn Palace. It certainly does resemble the Winter Palace. I'm waiting, sir. Huh? Aren't you that hairy butts guy? Wrong, I'm Larista Nim. Never mind that, Detective. Your report, if you please. Roger that, sir. We discovered a used gas burner during our investigation. The nozzle was still warm when we found it, so it may have been related to the incident. Was it used to heat something? Okay. Was that ladder always on the ground? It was probably used by the person who set up the poison gas. Poison gas was released when someone lifted the lid off the glass case, sir. The Pisces sculpture. Huh? Seems like you know about it, sir. Well then, did you know what the sculpture next to it is? Since we're in the Autumn Palace, it would probably be the Capricorn sculpture. As expected of Mr. Edgeworth, I thought it was Taurus myself. I was thrown off as it was covered by this weird cloth. Ugh! A fluorescent cloth. I wonder what it's doing here. Evidence from the IS-7 incident? No matter what it is or how it got here. The sculptures in this room are covered with this fluorescent cloth. And because they're hidden, it makes me want to see them even more. Let's take a look. I'll just get this cloth off. Wow, they're beautiful. You don't think the transformation Larry saw was in fact the moment the cloth wrapped around the lower half of the Pisces fell? See, Edgy? It wasn't a mirage or mistake after all. Hey, Miles. There sure is something strange about this room. Looks exactly the same as the Winter Palace we were in just a moment ago. Yes, I agree. Perhaps the sculptures were hidden to make it look like the Winter Palace. If you wrap the cloth around the lower half of the Pisces sculpture, it looks like Gemini. Capricorn is half fish too, I the lower half, and it resembles Taurus. The remaining two, which couldn't be altered with trickery, were covered up. The Autumn Palace was made to look like the Winter Palace. So it seems, Mr. Shields, it looks like we need to conduct an investigation of the Autumn Palace too. Mr. DeBest and Judge Courtney. Of course, these two are back. Hey. You guys again? This is a problem. You see, this is my crime scene. Mr. Edgeworth, it seems my power is insufficient. If you're here, then it would appear that you still haven't understood my warnings. Furthermore, you know full well your reckless actions will cause trouble for that detective. In the name of the goddess of law, I must pass judgment. You've got it all wrong, pal. I was the one who asked Mr. Edgeworth to investigate. Really? Well then, Flatfoot, I'll have to do that. Do that. That? Yeah, that. Right, cut your salary. Looking forward to your next payday. I've always wanted to say that. You're the last person I want cutting my salary, pal. Hold it to best. I'm only cooperating with the police as a witness to this incident. Detective Gumshoe is not to blame. So that's how it is. Well then, should I be raising his salary? No, that's not what I meant. But it will be really nice to get my salary raised. Your mercy is deeply moving, Sebastian, but past transgressions must lead to future judgment. Prosecutor Edgeworth and all his company depart at once from this holy site. But we only just got here. The one given the goddess of law's blessing for this incident was Sebastian. In other words, Mr. DeBest is the prosecutor in charge of this case. That's right, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening performance is over. Besides, I've already got my eyes set on the culprit. What? Who, pal? Well, naturally. That artist. Me? Hey, what's going on, Edgy? You can't ask me. Don't ask me. Can't understand his reasoning. If you can't understand how the best prosecutor thinks, it simply shows how inculpable you are. Seems he doesn't know what inculpable even means. That's right, Sebastian. Prosecutor Edgeworth is quite incapable. Yes, he's incapable. She just nonchalantly corrected him. Don't underestimate my intelligence gathering skills. I just came from the infirmary and asked the doctor there about the cause of the poison gas. And what was the cause? Some normal substance. What was its name again? Hold on a second. I'll call the doctor to make sure. Since Sebastian is on the phone, I'll answer for him. In that case, why didn't you tell us before he called? The poison gas was caused by the mixing of two different types of chemicals. Their names are normalium and fatalium. So, what are those chemicals exactly? Normalium is a red liquid that's commonly used in everyday products. It can be found in paint and detergent, among other things, but is not toxic by itself. So you're saying it's a substance readily available to anyone. Yes, but fatalium, on the other hand, is not so easy to obtain. Its name sure sounds dangerous. What's it used for? It's the active ingredient of a white pesticide known as megatoxin X. Fatalium itself is also a deep white color. Deep white? Okay. But it's not readily sold in stores. It's nearly impossible to obtain domestically. Right now, we're looking into how this chemical was obtained. Okay. Okay, I finally found out the names of those chemicals. Judge Courtney has already told us. We don't need to hear it again. Fine then. I'll cut to the chase. You know that normalium from the poison gas is also used in paint, right? Today, out of everyone who visited the art gallery, the only one carrying paint was that artist. You're treating me as a culprit just because of that? I object to the red paint on the palette you're carrying. Hey, Edgy, don't you think this prosecutor's kind of an idiot? Indeed, although I've only known him for a short time, his logic is always absurd. I love the two of them bitching about this man to his face. Hey, don't ignore me. That was not the right voice. It's all right, Sebastian. They're only doing it because they're afraid of you. Like the first star to appear at night, show us reasoning that shines the best. The first star shines best. Not bad. Hey, you guys better listen up too. Okay, this is the last thing of this chapter. Beautiful. That artist was the first to discover the victim, so naturally he's the best suspect. The poison gas was caused by normalium, a chemical found in paint, right? As he was carrying paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. The paint, along with being the first witness, that pretty much proves he's the culprit. So, what do you think, Justine? We cannot ignore the possibility. Well then, Mr. Artist, please tell us the truth. Did you leave red paint at the crime scene? Or else, did you cause the poison gas to go off? The only thing I leave behind is my bond of love with you. Please watch what you say. My gavel is already prepared to declare you guilty.
Objection!
Please pay no heed to this man's statements.
Objection!
Hey, you guys. Ignoring my reasoning is just because it's flawless won't do you any good. Mr. Edgeworth, if you've already admitted defeat, you should take your leave. Even though I don't really have time to deal with your ridiculous reasoning. Okay. What do I even have? Poison gas was caused by normalium, a chemical found in paint, right? Carrying paint near the victim, he would have had the best chance. Yeah, this is the, like, it's not just made by fucking paint. You stupid idiot. Mr. DeBest, your logic is more akin to a shooting star than a shining star. It shines the best like a shooting star, right? It may shine bright for a brief moment, but then it burns itself out. The poison gas originated from inside the glass case of the Pisces sculpture. Exactly, so that's where the artist set off the gas, right? Use the normalium in his red paint. As your senior, let me give you one piece of advice. Listen to the explanations of others. The poison gas was caused by mixing both normalium and fatalium together. The normalium contained in the red paint is not enough by itself. Really? But I thought I heard that normalium caused the fatality. Don't tell me you just misheard your forensic report. Darn it! By the time Larry discovered the victim, the room was already filled with poison gas. It is time for you to realize how incapable you really are. Hey, what do you mean by incapable? You tried to use that word earlier and you still don't know what it means. He means to say, you are lacking in ability. Incidentally, inculpable has a completely different meaning. What a nerd. I get it. You're making fun of me again, aren't you? I am merely saying you were incapable in your investigation. Before you insult Sebastian, I still have some doubts about your own statement. What kind of doubts? For all we know, Mr. Artist could have simply entered the Autumn Palace at an earlier time. That's not possible. It was locked. Moreover, do you have evidence of the red paint is unrelated to this case? The most important thing now is not the red paint. The red normalium and the white fatalium. Exactly how were these two substances mixed? I believe that is our main concern. The painting. Naturally. It was Sebastian's job to investigate that. Were it not for your interference, we would have found that out by now. I never intended to interfere. On the contrary, I'd like to cooperate. Don't tell me you're going to say you know the cause of the poison gas. How the poison gas started. I have something that may shed some light on this matter. Sebastian, do not fall for his bluff. Come now, it's fine, really. Let's hear what he's come up with. If you say so, Sebastian. Come, show us. How did the poison gas start? This. Yep, that. Surely you're not saying that this was the cause of poison gas. Seems you've noticed it. Duh, it really stands out. Those red tears that Larry saw were undoubtedly normalium. Huh? Wait a second. Those were chemicals. Does that mean a ghost set off the poison gas? I don't have time to play along with him. The red tears of normalium could not have triggered the poison gas by itself. That red liquid was mixed inside the case to create the poison gas. What? Where do you see evidence the chemicals were mixed? That can also be seen in this sketch. The pink all over the ground.
Take that.
A pink liquid can be seen flowing out from under the case of the Pisces sculpture. This is proof that the two chemicals were mixed. Hold on a second. I still don't get it. How does this show that the normalium and the fatalia were mixed? Since we have a self-proclaimed artist here, I'll let him explain. Larry, you fancy yourself an artist. So you should know about mixing paint, right? What do you add to red to make it pink? Don't take me for a fool, Edgy. I'll have you know I graduated from middle school. You add white to red to make pink. It's common knowledge. Well, technically, there's rose pink, baby pink, and several others.
Hold it.
That's enough. Now, do you understand, Mr. DeBest? Ah, that's how it is. By mixing red normalium with white fatalium, you get a pink liquid. Yes, exactly. Took him long enough. I see. It looks like Mr. DeBest finally gets it. Prosecutor Edgeworth, you have merely presented one possibility. Do we really know if the color was the result of the two chemicals mixed together? Furthermore, this sketch was drawn by the suspect. I cannot put much faith into it. I just painted what I saw. How could that be a lie? Mr. Artist, I did not permit you to speak. Oh my god. So cold. That's part of her charm. Of course, I intend to bring the truth to light immediately. Would not be wise to jeopardize your position even further. Aren't you going to answer my question from before? How do you know that Mr. Artist did not enter the Autumn Palace? If you cannot prove this, there is no room for you to argue any further. Hey, couldn't we find that out if we talk to the victim, pal? The victim, Dame Gustavia, remains unconscious and in critical condition. Ah, that's right. Well then, Sebastian will be investigating the crime scene now. All of you, please vacate the premises. If you were to take a stand in court, you would cause a lot of trouble for the presiding judge. Is there something you would like to say, Mr. Artist? Hold your horses, Miss Cool Beauty. My name is Justine Courtney. Please don't address me by such a strange title. Oh, you finally told me your name. Pleased to meet you, Justy. I'm Larice Denim, but you can call me Larice. Mr. Artist, please get to the point. I just remembered something I haven't had a chance to say yet. When I first got to this room, it was locked, so I couldn't go in. But then that old dude just suddenly fell through the door. It would appear that the palace rooms can be locked from the inside. But just because you say it was so, doesn't mean the door was locked. Without proof, your statement holds no value.
Objection.
Well, why not let Uncle Ray prove it for you? What? After all, we can confirm the room was locked too. Right, Miles? Yes, I remember as well. Winter Palace should be... Huh? It's locked up. That's odd. They already opened the museum. Until the gas outbreak, no one could have entered this room. Perhaps the suspect entered the room with the victim during the gas outbreak. As you can see, this man did not inhale any of the gas. If you could examine his belongings, you'll find he wasn't carrying a gas mask either. Is that so? Well, then I have no choice but to agree. That was easier than I expected. Anyway, I presume this clears up any suspicion surrounding Larry. It seems Mr. DeBest's logic was off once again. Oh, haha, not exactly. I just didn't have enough information, that's all. Therefore, my reasoning was just before its time. He sure is a grand way of saying that things didn't work out for him. In that case, there is one more suspect who is yet to take the stand. Mr. Artiste, you are free to go. Huh? But I wanted to talk to you a little bit more, Justy. Overruled. Your cold demeanor leaves me mesmerized all the more. This other suspect is a pharmacist by the name of Delicia Scones. It would have been difficult for this artist to obtain the fatalium from Megatonic X, Toxin X, but a pharmacist may have knowledge of how to do that. Get his ass, Courtney, exactly. I love her sass towards him. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. Sebastian, it would be best if we brought her in quickly. I know, poor Delicia. I mean, I think she's too stupid to pull off 1.5 murders. Best if we brought her quickly. Haha, sounds good, leave it to me. Hey, Flatfoot, keep up the investigation. Ugh, got it. Don't tell me Justice Courtney suspected her from the very beginning. So Mr. Best's logic wasn't any help at all. Judge Courtney, just what is she thinking? Okay, beautiful. All right, that's gonna be it for tonight. So I'd love to save the data. Thank you so much for that option. Bye. Close out of it quickly. The caffeine definitely helped. I stopped yawning so much, which, you know, is always good. Can this pop-up please go away? It definitely helped. That was this case. There's 9 parts, and we've gotten through 3. 3. The end of the last case took 2 hours. Oh my god. I really hope the rest of this goes faster, because holy shit. But anyway, that is going to do it. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you, Carly, for popping in and hanging out and chatting. I love you guys. You're the best. I think I should be streaming normal next week. Yeah. I don't have anything for the rest of the month that will be disturbing my streaming schedule. So more time to play as Daddy Greg. Yes. Oh, can't wait to get back to Daddy Greg. So many parts. So much. So little time. But that is going to do it. I'm going to go pass out so that I can be nice and bright and awake to go break boards in the morning. So good night. Thank you for hanging out. I love you all very much. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your Friday night, a fabulous weekend, and as Pedro Pascal says, Daddy is a state of mind. Goodbye.